recognize the presence of our president for the Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society. I know there's a schedule for you to say something, but at this moment I'd wish that you wave to. I hope you all can see the hand. Welcome so much. Yeah, we also have in our midst representatives from different societies. That is the YP Space, which has brought GRSS and MTTS on board. Any representative from GRSS? Kindly let us wave to him as well. Clap for GRSS. Yes, MTTS also has sent us a distinguished lecturer. Kindly wave to us. Let's wave back to him and clap for him. Thank you so much. In our presence, we also have representations from different countries. We have a number of countries represented. We are going to have a session where we are going to know all the societies and sections that have been represented, but feel most welcomed as well. And on behalf of the hosting section, that is Kenya section, I'm going to invite Stephen Okwiri, who is also a representative, the representative from the IEEE Kenya section, to give us a word and also officially welcome us into Kenya as the IEEE Kenya section representative. A clap for him as he comes. Yeah, and mine is to say officially, Karibuni Kenya, welcome to Kenya, and welcome to the first ever AESS SYP. We are creating history, and I'm glad you guys are part of this. Welcome once again.
The first of its kind in our region, and having it hosted in Kenya, it's one of the greatest privileges that you can have is IEEE Kenya section. And just to allow me to extend a warm welcome to all our delegates, international delegates from different regions. I'm glad to hear some came from India, from Kerala. I have met like a couple of guests from Kerala, and like they're amazing. So feel much welcomed, and also to also other representatives from different regions. Tunasema karibuni sana Kenya, and I hope you'll not only find time to attend the conference, but also experience the great culture and the people of Kenya. You say Kenya is a region of greatest possibilities and opportunities within our country. And so as we proceed, we are happy to have the privilege of a representative of IEEE, especially the president, and this gives us opportunity to engage with everyone at different disciplines. And one of the greatest things I will advise during these sessions is to connect and collaborate. As you know, today we are here and we don't know what are some of the greatest potentials that can really come from these kind of engagements. So from the Kenya section, I'll just welcome you and wish you a great SYP for IEEE AESS. So feel much welcome, and we're always ready to host and guide you through on any of IEEE related regions, as IEEE volunteers and its members forms the heartbeat of the section and the region and the global IEEE. So feel much welcome and thank you.
Taxi driver yesterday. I'm happy and curious. Curious to learn more about your culture and also about you, as a young professional in this country. So my presentation won't be technical in the sense that I'm not going to present any specific topic, but I'd like to introduce you the society, AESS, Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society, and in particular what AESS can do with you and for you. So as you can read on the first slide, the field of interest is quite broad, despite the name. The name is Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society. So in many cases, people are a little bit confused because there is only aerospace. But actually, we work generally on systems, every kind of electronic system, spaceborne, airborne, ground-based, but also underground and underwater. So whatever the system is, we work on it. And we have multiple applications, radars, navigation, and also automatic test, command and control, also sonar. Actually, my area of expertise is on radar systems. Okay, so part of this broad area. Next slide, please. So what we do, so what AESS organize. AESS has conferences, many conferences, technically sponsored, financial sponsored, and you will see some of them. Then we have the publications, so you will see in the next slides the journals and the magazine that we publish. And we also have technical panels and community. Next slide, please. So the conferences. AESS has not a single flagship conference. It organizes multiple conferences, plethora conferences, financially sponsored and technically sponsored. The main ones are these four that you can see here. So the radar conference. This year will be in Poland, in Krakow, the beginning of October. Then the Aerospace Conference that is always in the US, in Biscay, a very fancy place if you like to ski. And then the AutoTestCon and the DASC, the Digital Avionics System Conference, that this year will be in Canada in September. Next one, please. Next slide. And then we have other conferences. These are the closest that we have. And you see that International Arcana Conference on Security Technology, so we work also on that. It will be in San Antonio in the US. And then there is the IEEE Progress in Radar Research. That's a very short symposium actually. It is in Adelaide in Australia. And then we have also another one, Sensor Data Fusion, that will be in Bonn, Germany. But these are only a few picks of what we have. If you look at the webpage of AESS, you will see a very long list of conferences that we sponsor in some way. Next slide. Okay, publications. So this is quite important, not only for the students, for the PhD students, for the young professional, of course, also for the senior like me. We have two publications, two journals that are fully sponsored by us. Transactional Aerospace, Transactional Aerospace Electronic Systems. Then we have also the magazine, the system magazine. But we co-sponsor also other publications. The Open Journal of System Engineering, Journal of, this is called JMAS. Is miniaturized for air and space systems, so it is focused on the small satellites, all kind of technologies related to the small satellites. Journal of Lightwave Technology, and then the relatively newborn, it's not that new because it is 3 years old now, Transaction on Radar Systems. And then we have the QEB, this is practically the newsletters, and where we publish short articles, the history column, but also the story of success is a new column that talks about the story of students or young professionals that received some award. So that's why the story of success. So people like you that tell their story and how they started, why they started this career, and how they achieved some results. So I think that would be quite interesting for you and to learn something on your perspective. Next slide, please. So the transactions is for cutting-edge research. So if you work in an industry or if you work in academia, and then you are working on some specific topic and your research is quite new, then you can publish your results on the transaction aspects on electronic systems. Keep in mind that from next year, if you're a member of AESS, you will receive for free both the transactions, access to the transactions and access also to the magazine. You see there, the Gokhan is the editor-in-chief of the journals, and we cover practically all the topics in the interest of AESS. So you will find papers on radar systems, on navigation, on checking, on fusion, sensor fusions, and on control, whatever. Everything is there. Next slide, please. And this is the magazine. We have a new editor-in-chief, Paul Closas. Now he's based in the US, but he's Spanish. The magazine is different from the transactions, because on the transaction we publish only cutting-edge research. On the magazine we publish articles that can be understood by non-expert. So they should in some way also introduce some topic to someone who wants to learn something about it. And we have also a section that are the tutorials. Tutorials are more mathematical based, so there are more equations, but they are quite useful if you are at the beginning of some research, even in industry or in academia, whatever, and you want to learn what has been published, what is known on that topic. So you will find everything there. Have a look. They are all on the IEEE Explore, and then there are many on many different topics. On the web page of AESS, you can find the list of all the tutorials that we have published so far. And then the education. I think that this is one of the most important part for you, since you are still very young. Then we provide a lot of distinguished lecturers. So we have a very broad DL program, and the distinguished lecturer can be in person, so the lecturer can come to your country, your chapter, and present directly in person their lectures, or you can attend the lectures online. So we have a lot of webinars, series of webinars on different topics that you can attend. And if you are a member of AESS, everything is for free. And we have also short courses. Short courses, again, if you look at the page, web page, you will see the list of all the instructors. They can be tailored based on your needs. In both industry or in academia, then you can directly contact, or through the chapter, contact the instructors, and then negotiate the kind of topics that can be presented, also the style of the presentation, depending on the audience. So we are open to that. And then if you look at the online library on IEEE online library, there is a section that is focused on AESS, And you will find the records of the plenary speeches at the conferences, or some tutorials, also all the webinars. So there is a lot of material that you can use for your continuing education. And you can get also certificate at the end. So have a look. There are a lot of things that can be useful for you. Next slide, please. You see here some pictures, nice pictures of the distinguished lecturer in the chapters. That one was the IEEE space, was last month in Bangalore. Since there is some Indian representative here, maybe they know very well that we had that conference there. And there are other pictures from other distinguished lecturers. Again, I put here the picture that you can find on our website. So if you want to request a DL to your chapter or your place, just submit the request based on the topic that you want to see. Next slide, please. Now the technical panels. We have 6 very well-established technical panels, plus a technical working group. So we try to cover with these technical panels the broad area of AESS. So we have avionics, cybersecurity, gyro and accelerometer. Then we have the space systems, navigation systems, radar systems. In the panel there are senior members, so I think that in the future you could become a member of these panels. What we do in the panels, we organize the conferences, we promote special issues on the journals, we discuss some specific topic of interest, emerging topic areas, then we discuss also non-standards. That's important for industry. In particular, this panel is practically focused only on standards. Then we have this new board, the Integrated Science and Communication Technical Working Group. It works in a similar way as the panel. And it is focused on this new paradigm. It is the Integrated Science and Communication. I'm particularly happy to have this technical working group. This is also my area of expertise. I work on it. Next slide, please. So I'll try to justify why we founded a new technical working group. Maybe in the future it will become a panel. This is because this paradigm is a transformative technology that try to merge the sensing and the communication. So the sensing systems and the communication systems. For multiple reasons, and particularly for saving, for using in a smart way all the resources that we have, so the hardware, the spectrum, the signals, and in this way we can save, reduce the hardware complexity, we can save money, and we can save also energy. Next one, so I will really briefly explain this new paradigm. Then we have actually 3 different levels of integration. The first one is non-cooperative sensing and communication. So in this case, the 2 systems don't exchange any information, and then they treat each other as an interference. So the communication system is an interference for the radar system and the way around. Practically, this is not really integration, this is a coexistence. So there are multiple ways, signal process-based, hardware-based techniques to avoid the cross interferences between the 2 different systems. Next slide, please. Then we have a partially cooperative sensing and communication system. It means that the 2 systems exchange partially the information. We can have a sensing-based or a communication-based double system. So the communication enables the sensing, means that you use the communication signals to sense the environment. And the other one, the radar-enabled communication system, means that you use the radar system actually to communicate. Okay, but as you can see, there is a main mission, and then there is a complementary mission that is the other one. Next slide, please. This is the complex approach. It's the joint dual function radar communication. It means that since the beginning, you design the system to perform both missions, so the communication and the sensing. And you understand that that is much more complex. There are many groups working on that, and this is the reason why we decided to found this technical working group, because this is a very hot topic at the moment in many communities. And AESS is organizing with the ComSoc, so the Communication Society, and the Signal Processing Society, SBS, the first IEEE conference, so Integrated Sense and Communication Conference. It will be in November 2026 in Lisbon. So if some of you is interested in that, you have plenty of time to submit papers or submit tutorials or whatever you want to do. And the call for papers should come out in a few days. We are working on that. Next slide, please. So member services, I think that also this is important for you, because we have multiple awards, we have chapters. I guess that you are a member of some of the AESS chapter. We are mentoring in a student YP event. This is a YP event. So you are part of these member services. And we have now 7,000 members. This is a record for us, because I think that less than 5 years ago, we were about 5,000. Now we have 7,000. And this is particularly thanks to the emerging areas, so South America, India, and also Africa. So this increasing number of members is due to you, more than to Europe and North America, the classical members of IEEE. Now we have these growing numbers in other areas, and we are quite happy with this. And there are many of these members are students. Seems that you are getting excited around the topic that covered by AESS in general. Next slide, please. Then here you can see a list of all the awards. So I don't need to go into the details in that. But since you are young, you could be interested in this award, the IEEE AESS Early Career Award. So if you're an age of less than 40, then you can apply for this award. It can boost your career. Next slide, please. Then we have also this student travel grant. This is in particular for the radar conference. Student travel grant, you know that it means that we pay your travel expenses to attend this conference. Then if you are PhD students, then you could be interested in this AESS Robert Hill Best Dissertation Award for your thesis. And then we have also this engineering scholarship. I'm going to say a little bit more about it. Next slide, please. Next slide. For the member services, we have an award for the chapter of the year. And this is for the regular chapters. But we have also the student branch chapter of the year. So if you're a member of a student branch chapter and you have a lot of activities in your chapter with increasing number of members and so on, then you could apply and win this award. Next one, please. So the student activities, again, you will find this on our webpage. And apply for a scholarship. I think that can be a game changer for some of you. because it's a scholarship of 10,000 US dollar. We give 2 scholarships for every year, 2 or 3 scholarships every year. And I mean, this is to support your studies. So you can use this money for studying your countries, or also to move to another country to study elsewhere. And I'll show you some pictures. Then we have the Radar Summer School. This is your event, the AESS Symposium, Young Professional Congress. And then we have the IEEE Rising Stars. This is a very big conference where all the young professionals can attend. And we have the booth there. We support this conference there. It's very good for young professional. I mean, for networking. So you meet your peers there. You discuss also your career and your future. Next slide, please. So this is the winners, as you can see, of the engineering scholarships. So in 2024, there were 3 students, and practically 2 of them are from Africa. All the 3 are from Africa, actually, but this is from North Africa, and then you have this student and this student. So if you are interested in also looking at how they won this scholarship, what they have done, you can look at the web page. There are the interviews of these 3 students. They are just like you, so they just apply. They have a good reason for applying, and they won the scholarship. Okay, so if you read the interviews, you will see that for all of them, the scholarship was quite important for their career and for their studies. IESS founding, maybe you are interested in that. We can provide funds for conference, for chapters and the student branch. So we provide an amount of money that's annually around 500 US dollar. Just apply for your normal activities. But then we can provide also funding for special activities. So if in your chapter or a student branch chapter you want to run something specific, summer school, series of lectures, or some initiative, then you can apply and ask for some money to do it. Of course, there is a committee that evaluates all the proposals, but it's a good way, to get some money from AESS, some support from AESS for your activities. Next slide, please. And then this year, we actually 2 years ago, we launched this initiative, Distributed Science and Technology and Education Initiative. It's 3 years divided in 3 different phases. The call was open to everyone, but we had replies from South America and from India. So now we have 3 student branch chapters that are founded by us to run this experiment with different goals. Next slide, please. These are the 3 universities and then the 3 student branch chapters. University of Cauca in Peru, in Colombia, sorry, the National University of San Antonio Abad del Cusco, this is in Peru. And then we have this university, NMIT, this is in India. As you can see, the project in some way are similar because they use all this drone system, but for different applications. This is for agricultural surveillance of coffee crops. This is for firefighters, and also this one actually is for the firefighting in a rural context. Next slide, please. These are the pictures of the, you see figure 3, figure 5, because of the pictures of the article that just appeared on our magazine on the project. So again, there are the stories of these students that meet together and build the system, run the test, and so on. And they got a lot of money for this. So actually, AESS paid for the devices, paid for the test, and the students had fun with that. Next slide, please. This is the system of the other university. Next slide. These are some of the results that they get with their drone. Next slide. This is Unicampa in Colombia. Next one. This is the Indian system. Next one. And this is the Peruvian system and image that they get. Next one. Okay, now, and these are the last slides. Then we have, last year, we launched this challenge, AESS challenge. So the idea is that every year, or almost every year, we propose a topic and we open a call for a challenge. What does it mean? It means that you have to propose a challenge, so a problem that can be solved in a specific area. So the first year was on the radar system. The second, this year, so last year was a radar system, this year is on cyber security. So we give up to $25K US for the challenge, and then we give the same amount of money for 4 solutions of the challenge. Okay, so first year the challenge, the second, and there is a winner for the challenge, and then after that there are 4 winners for the solutions of the challenge. So now we have at the same time, next slide please, the call for the solution of the radar challenge. The topic is a radar-based Earth beat monitoring in dynamic scenarios. And you can find the description of this challenge on our web page. You can submit the proposal by September 15, and then if you win the challenge, then you get the money, and then you can present your work at the radar conference. Next slide, please. Next slide. No, the previous one. Okay. And this year we have the proposal for a challenge. It's advancing cybersecurity from physical to software layers. The deadline is September 1st. So you just, in this case, you don't propose the solution, you propose the challenge. So you propose the problem that you want to solve, not the solution. After that, there will be the call for the solution. Quite similar to what we have done for the radar challenge. Next one, please. And these are the officers, so the people that are part of the board of governors of the AESS. That's me, and then the president-elect, Braham Ahmed, past president Mark Davis, VP conferences Lorenzo Morte, publication Luke Rosenberg, VP education Puneet Mishra, Michael Ober, VP finance, Scott Goldstein from member services, technical operation Roberto Sabatini, industry relations Mary Tilton. Then we have a secretary, Will Diamond, and a treasurer for the GD. So we have a group of people working on, focusing on specific areas, conferences, technical panels, member services, and so on. And then there are other members that are called member at large. And then we have also a rep for undergraduate students. Then we have a rep for graduate student and a rep for young professional. The rep for young professional is Abir Tabarki, that unfortunately couldn't make it this time. So she was very keen to attend this conference, this symposium, but unfortunately she couldn't. Okay, so next slide, just to say that in 2023 we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the society. So we are old, but don't at all, still active, alive and kicking. That's it, that's my presentation. So I open to question, if you have some here. If you don't have here, then you can ask me during the coffee break, or you can write directly to me, Okay, my email address is everywhere on the web page. So please interact with me. That's it. Thank you.
How are you, Gani? Ça va? I'm happy to be here in Kenya, beautiful country, beautiful people, representing Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society. I'm the young professional chair of GRSS. It's a great opportunity to meet with all of you and have the opportunity to connect with you all in this beautiful country. And this type of events, actually, they are great opportunity for students, young professionals, early career people to not only to get connect with other colleagues or senior people, also get to know about the field, get to know about what kind of future career opportunities might be for you. And it is an excellent opportunity, and please make use of this opportunity for your future career. And I want to give a little bit different illustration on that. Yesterday, I came from Serengeti, from Safari National Park, from Safari Guide, Safari Tour. It is very interesting. Actually, there are a lot of similarities, what we expect when we graduate from the school, college, and what we see in the national park. So there are a lot of predators and there are a lot of animals that are trying to get away from the predators to survive in that rush environment, in tough environments. And if you look at the balance, like there are big five animals that we think that they are the powerful ones, they are the dominating the area. And there are also weak animals that are scared from them and they're hiding. And if you look at that, there's also a very precise balance that those predators, they don't hunt all the time. They wait for the right moment. And sometimes for hours, they hide, sometimes inside the bushes, sometimes at the top of the tree, or sometimes behind a rock, and they don't see it. When you graduate, actually, what we expect from all of us is some kind of that kind of environment. So we are competing with our peers. At the same time, there are limited number of opportunities waiting for us, and we are all competing to get into the right spot. And it's also very important to be timing, because not always there are job opportunities waiting for us, and there are sometimes opportunity comes once in a lifetime, the kind of phrase that we all hear it. So it's not always we can find our dream job, right? We have to wait for the right moment, and we have to act at the right time. And not only that, we have to know our tools when we are graduating, when we are looking for jobs. How do we do it? Like, we need to know where we are applying. We need to get connected with people working in that company or in that institution, get to know what kind of opportunities might be available. It's similar to that tough environment in the Serengeti. Those big animals, they know the environment. They know where to find those animals. So its career is maybe not that kind of wild, but in a sense that we need to learn before graduate, before we get into our field, what is expecting us, how we are going to make our next move, next step to be successful. At the same time, you need to, in your career, professional, you need to advance your career, not only learning the classes, not only passing the courses, also in terms of professional career, you need to learn the tools to promote yourself, to get to connect to other people, as well as it's like kind of advertisement business that you sell yourself to companies that I'm such a great person. Or if you are going to academia, you show yourself that I'm an excellent person who can make this research in this topic, right? Do you need to convince other people? It's also another capability that you need to do. Just to come to this event, it's those kind of merits, tools, knowledge, information. Those are the ones that you can obtain from this type of meetings, this type of events. And I also want to thank organizers for this beautiful event. Getting involved in IEEE, getting involved in these technical societies, it will also help you promote, elevate your career. Organizing such an event, taking initiative, taking actions, it also shows that you are able to act, you're able to do something by yourself without waiting a call from someone. It also shows your talent. In professional life, yes, it's important to do your job great, excellent, but it's also able to do it by yourself within a big group of team. And this is an example that how successful this is done. In terms of Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, it is a sister society of MTTS, AESS. It's another technical society of IEEE. And Otto Bong, he is also here. He will be giving more detailed information about it. But in general, I'm the Young Professional Chair. I'll be here throughout the event. You can reach out to me any questions about this technical society. Please take initiative, join all these societies. I believe you will all learn different aspects from all these different societies because the world is getting more global, more connected in terms of also technical fields. There are also overlap between those three technical societies. And it will be beneficial for you to learn from each other. And I'm personally, yes, I'm representing GRSS, but I'm also a member of other technical societies as well, and I'm learning something each day by being a member of those technical societies. I would like to thank you all, and I hope you enjoy this event, conference, and I would like to call Otto Bong for giving more talk about us. Karibu.
Say Jumbo, right? Okay. So my name is Otto Bong, Engineer Otto Bong John Effiam. I'm actually the chair for GRSS and Census Council Joint Nigerian Chapter. And I have my talk for today will be centered on three aspects. One, it has to do with inspiring the young professionals, and also I want to also give an overview about what we in the Nigerian Joint Chapter is doing, and lastly, the regional initiative we have for Africa. Please, I don't know if you can. So just a brief about me. I work with the Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company as a regional maintenance engineer, and apart from being apart from working with Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, there are a lot of volunteering activities which I'm involved in. One of such is what is being displayed on the screen. So, go back to the drum. So, as a way to encourage young professionals, I happen to be the 2024 Census Council Young Professionals Award, 2024 Census Council Young Professionals Awardee. And apart from that award, I had gotten a lot of awards. There are so many in which I've gotten just within the section and also within some societies, and that is a global recognition. So, but for an overview about what we've done as per our section chapter, so for IEEE GRSS and Census Council Joint Nigerian Chapter, so this is an overview of what we've done. Sorry, the next slide. So, like Mimet had already said, GRSS, which happens to be Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, is a community of researchers and practitioners collaborating and designing tools to understand our interaction with Earth's ecosystems, to monitor its environment, oceans, and ice caps, and to characterize potential risks. So, while forming the GRSS chapter, the umbrella is for the Nigerian chapter. It was formed in the month of October, which is on 29th of October 2024. So this chapter in Nigeria, we have active volunteers which cut across academia, people from the academia, we have researchers, we have a whole lot of them. So part of what we've been doing, go, next slide please. So part of what we've been doing, the key accomplishment is, part of it is we are involved in NigerCon 2024 conference, which held in Nigeria, where we had about 5 persons. So, well, we had about 5 persons registered with GRSS, but by the time we were part of that conference, we were able to increase the number from 5 to 40, and we also had our inaugural meeting just immediately after the conference. That was held in the month of January 2025, where we have a distinguished lecturer and also the president of Census Council and GRSS in attendance. It was held virtual. We also had a workshop on technical skills and role of leadership, networking, and continuous learning. So as part of our engagement, we also held a webinar in the month of March 2025, which has to do with census tech and applications in cryogenic and gas processes. So in May 2025, we attended the IEEE Entrepreneurship Workshop, where I met some persons, and it was an opportunity for us to also form the GRSS Kenya section chapter, and we also had the opportunity to also form the GRSS Uganda section chapter. We also had another opportunity to form the Rwanda section chapter, but because the subsection is still undergoing processes of approval, so we are yet to conclude on that. So in the month of May 2025, we've been able to hold a seminar which has to do with empowering technical growth through innovation. So next slide, please. So, okay, so looking ahead, we have a workshop which is in process of actualization, in the sense that we are looking at getting settlements. There are settlements within GRSS within West Africa. In Ghana, we have those of them in Cameroon to come together, where we have a workshop where we discuss on a particular subject or topic which has to do with flooding. So that particular workshop is to be held in the month of November 20th and 21st. This particular workshop is done alongside with, is held with the REACT committee. We have the REACT committee. We also have the MIRS committee. So this workshop will be held same date in which the workshop is held in Italy. It will be held in the month of 20th of November. It will be held in Europe, where we join hybrid, while on the 21st of November, it will be held in Lagos. So this workshop, like I said, is centered on flood risks and remote sensing approaches with microwave monitoring of water with applications in Africa. So the acronym is called MAME Water. So that's what the acronym stands for. So we have committees that have been set up for this, and they are working assiduously to see that we have exhibition, publicity, venue arrangement, registrations, industry and government liaisons. So we will be playing host to international and West African partners, so we are all encouraged to provide the support when called upon. So thank you everyone. So I'm open to any inquiries or whatsoever that has to do with the regional initiative, so we'll work together and see how we could grow GRSS. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Musyoka, working for Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. I will be presenting the equipments that we use in Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to provide surveillance for aircrafts in the space or in spacecraft. That will enable our air traffic controllers to provide air traffic control by separating aircrafts both vertically and horizontally, so that we avoid accident and incident in space. So I say I'm Patrick Musyoka from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Department Air Navigational Services, Engineering Section. Next slide. So the question we start with is, we will ask ourselves, what is surveillance? And surveillance is the concept of the concept of surveillance is to have a sensor or a network of sensors that detects aircraft, calculates their position, obtains other data such as identification, and level etc., and then presents it to a controller on a situation display. And the main applications for surveillance systems is they're used for area control, approach control, tower control, and they can also be used in uncontrolled airspace where an advisory service, flight information service, or alerting services are required. In Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, we have surveillance systems which consist of the radar systems, we have the ADSB, and we have the MLAT, the multilateration. And the radar systems, you are too fast. And the radar systems, we have primary surveillance radar, secondary surveillance radar, and surface movement radar. Next slide. So I will now be touching on radar systems, and the term radar is an acronym of radio detection and ranging. This means that our equipments are able to detect a radio signal, at the same time give you the range of that detected radio signal. So a radar equipment is an electronic equipment that detects the presence of objects by using a reflected energy. Next slide. Under radar surveillance, I've talked of primary surveillance radar, secondary surveillance radar, and surface movement radar. I will start with the primary surveillance radar, and I will be discussing the principles of operation of each surveillance system and how they assist in detecting flying objects in space. So whatever you are seeing is the antenna of a primary surveillance radar, which is a parabolic reflector. In front, it has an horn feed from which electromagnetic wave is emitted to the parabolic reflector, then into space, where it hits electrically leading surface in its line of sight, and the signal is reflected back to the equipment, received, and then demodulated, processed to give a target. Next target. Okay. This slide explains the echo principle of the primary surveillance radar. You can see from the equipment, we are transmitting a strong electromagnetic wave into space. Then it hits our target, which is a flying aircraft. The flying aircraft, which is an electrical leading surface, reflects back a portion of the electromagnetic field back to the equipment, and it is received for processing. Then you can see, for the round trip of the electromagnetic wave, we have a timer, meaning that if you calculate the time the signal is taking from the equipment to the target and back to the equipment, you are able to calculate the range of the target of interest. At the same time, you are able to see the bearing position of that aircraft, because the time you are transmitting and receiving that reflection, it means that the antenna is actually pointing at the direction of the object. Next slide. So, in brief, I will discuss the simple block diagram of a primary surveillance radar, where we have the transmitter, we have the duplexer, we have the receiver, then we have the display. So what happens is the transmitter is where we are generating the strong electromagnetic wave, which is now transmitted through the duplexer. A duplexer is actually a switch which actually switches between transmission and reception. By so doing, the duplexer will enable us use only one antenna. It becomes cheap for an organization. At the same time, the duplexer will also protect our sensitive receiver from the high transmit power so that we do not burn our receiver. So it is a switch. At the same time, it's also protecting our receiver equipment. So the antenna is now the one which is transmitting the EMF into space and then receiving the same through the same path that the transmitted signal and the received signal goes through the same path. If it is affected by weather or it goes through some attenuation, still the received path will be going through the same effects. And for this electromagnetic wave to be able to detect or to be able to be processed to see a target, it has to meet 3 conditions. Condition number 1 is that the target of interest must be in the line of sight of the equipment. Number 2, the electromagnetic wave must be able to travel at the speed of light. And number 3, our target must be electronic, or it should be able to reflect enough energy back to the equipment to be able to lift our sensitive receivers. So the chain of transmission from the transmitter, duplexer, antenna, target, antenna, duplexer, receiver, then the display. Next slide. So whatever is explained is actually what I've gone through. We say the radar transmitter produces a short duration of high power RF pulses of energy that are radiated by the antenna. Then the duplexer alternately switches the antenna between the transmitter and the receiver so that only one antenna need be used. This switching is necessary because the high power pulses of the transmitter would actually destroy the receiver if it were allowed to go through. Next slide. This slide is explaining about how the duplexer actually operates, how it switches between transmissions and receptions. And this should not confuse you for a mechanical switch, because the switch that we need in a radar should be able to switch within nanoseconds. And a mechanical switch is not able to do that. Therefore, the slide just to show how the duplexer switches and how it protects. Next. So the receiver amplifies and demodulates the received RF signals. The receiver provides video signals on the output. The antenna transfers the transmitter energy into signals into space with required distribution and efficiency. This process is applied in an identical way on reception. The indicator it presents to the observer, and our observers here are the controllers. A continuous, easily understandable graphic picture of the relative position of the radar target. The direction of deflection on screen is that in which the antenna is currently pointing. So where the antenna is pointing, if there's a reflection from that side, if you relate the direction of the antenna and what we call the encoder, which actually does azimuthal increments, you'll be able to get the bearing position of the reflecting object. Next. So we have the applications of radar. Radar can be broadly classified into 3 areas of application. One is civilian, military, and scientific. Next. So for civilian uses, we can use the radar equipment for air and shipping navigation, and we can also use it for collision avoidance. We can use it for meteorological precipitation monitoring. We can use it for marine to locate landmarks. Then we can actually use it, whatever our police officers use, to measure the speed of a moving vehicle using the Doppler principle is also a radar equipment actually. So because you transmit the vehicle, that signal is a vehicle, it's reflected back to the same gadget the police officer holds. It is able to measure the speed of a car using the Doppler principle. Next, please. Then for military applications, we can, the radar equipment is used for air defense systems and missile systems. Then we have guided missile targeting or target locating systems. It can also be used for drone launching and monitoring. We go to scientific application. Radar is used for space exploration, ground penetrating radar for geological observations, and it is also used in the field of medicine. You can check on the web and you realize that there are very many uses of radar in the field of medicine. It's used in the hospitals. So that's it for primary surveillance radar. And before I move to secondary surveillance radar, I would want you to know that the primary surveillance radar transmitter and receiver operate on the same frequency. How then do we achieve that? Part of the RF that we are now amplifying from the transmitter is tapped from the RF unit of the receiver, then fed to the transmitter for amplification. And therefore, that means we'll be transmitting at the received frequency of the equipment. That is why it is accepted when it's reflected back by our receivers. For secondary surveillance radar, we will now be using two different frequencies. And the principle behind it is different from that of the primary radar, in the sense that we have ground equipment that interrogates an airborne equipment. The ground equipment is what we call an interrogator, and the airborne equipment is a transponder. Therefore, the interrogator keeps on sending questions into space, which trigger any transponder to reply back. The interrogator frequency is normally 1030 megahertz, and the transponder frequency is normally 1090 megahertz. But for the transponder to receive the interrogator frequency, it means that its receiver must be on the same frequency, meaning that we transmit on 1030 megahertz, the transponder receives on 1030 megahertz. Then, the transponder transmits on 1090, and 1090 is received on ground. Our receive on ground is at 1090 megahertz. So the principle behind it is equipment-to-equipment communication. So we'll be sending a pulse tree of questions from ground. That trigger the transponder to reply back and give information like identification of an aircraft, bearing of an aircraft, range of an aircraft, and many more. The controller, therefore, is able to see that we have this aircraft at this position, and it's actually maybe conflicting with another aircraft almost at the same position. then the controller should at that point take the initiative of separating the two, either horizontally or vertically, so that the souls flying in space are kept safe from accidents. Sometimes you find installations where the secondary surveillance radar is co-located with the primary surveillance radar. And mostly is because one of the equipments is not cooperative. The primary surveillance radar does not cooperate with the target for it to tell you that we have this target moving at this position. The secondary surveillance radar cooperates with the target through response by the transponder. Where we have security issues, the primary surveillance radar becomes of importance because an enemy plane will automatically switch off their transponders. And once the transponder is off, that will mean that the secondary surveillance radar is useless and you cannot track your enemy plane. And that's why we now, at our terminal airports, in Kenya, we have the primary and secondary co-located in Jomo Kenyatta and Mombasa for security reasons. Because at some point, if we lose aircrafts which may have their transponder failures, then we also need to see them through the primary radar. And this is a standalone antenna for the secondary surveillance radar. There is another slide which will show where the two antennas, one is sitting on top of the other. And that is where we have the systems co-located. Next slide. So, secondary surveillance radar is a surveillance system which provides the related air traffic control centers with the following operating aircraft's data in accordance with the ICAO. That is azimuth is bearing. Then we have the distance, that's the range of the equipment. We have identity and attitude of the aircraft. Next. So this system consists of two main elements. I didn't talk of the interrogator at 1030 and the transponder at 1090. The aircraft's transponder responds to interrogations from the ground station, enabling the aircraft's range and bearing from the ground station to be determined. Next. So, this is an illustration of that equipment. From ground, you can see we are actually interrogating the airborne equipment on 1030, the frequency through which we are sending our interrogations. Then from the aircraft, we are receiving replies at 1090 on ground. And that's why I said, for any interrogation to be received by the aircraft, it means that the transponder receiver must be at the same frequency with the interrogator transmitter. 1030, 1030. Then, the transponder, which is at 1090, is actually received by another receiver at the same frequency, 1090. You will hear people say that the ground equipment is an interrogator at 1030, but they only talk of the transmit part. Then the airborne equipment is at 1090, but that is on the transmit leg only. Next. So this is just what I've explained. Our MODES-C, we have several types of secondary surveillance radar. We have MODES-C, we have MODES. The pulse trains you are seeing are for a MOD-SC, where P1, P2, P3 are just actually interrogation pulses. They actually measure the mode which is used. Then we have P2, which is used for side lobe suppression, because we may at some point receive replies, unwanted replies from the wrong lobes. We only want replies from the main lobe. And that's why we actually need to cancel replies from side lobes. How do we do that? We do by power comparison between P1 and P2, where we actually have to meet a condition which is the difference must be above 9 decibels for the signal to be accepted as a true reply. Below that, it's actually the equipment rejects that reply because it will actually be seen as coming from a side lobe. Next. So, in many cases, secondary surveillance radar is collocated with PSR, usually with SSR antenna mounted on top of the PSR antenna. However, the new developments, especially locally, a number of SSR have been installed for en route purpose and collocated systems in the main terminals. Next. So this is actually a combination of the parabolic reflector and an array of columns, which are normally 36, 35 in front and 1 behind for side lobe suppression. So the top antenna is for the secondary surveillance radar, and the parabolic reflector below is for the primary surveillance radar. And remember, both of them, those signals must meet somewhere so that they are synchronized. So they must be timestamped so that they appear to the controller as one target. They must be combined. Next. So now, I'm now moving from, we've talked of the primary surveillance radar, the echo principle, reflection of electromagnetic wave, the secondary surveillance radar, equipment to equipment communication. Then now I'll be talking of the surface movement radar, which is actually for monitoring surface movements within the airport. That is vehicles, aircrafts within the taxiway, within the runway, and within the apron. So the principle of operation of the surface movement radar is still the echo principle. So we are actually also producing strong electromagnetic wave from the equipment, sending it out, and then it is reflected back to the equipment received, processed to give a target. Now, we have the primary surveillance radar and the surface movement radar, both of them using the echo principle. Then somebody may ask, then why are we using them in the same place? Remember, one is looking at ground movements, and the other equipment is looking at upper atmosphere. So the beam for the surface movement radar is down looking, because we need to observe whatever is on ground. And the beam for the primary surveillance radar has two beams, for the near field and the far field, one looking up and the other one looking at the near field. Because we need to track movements both in space and on ground. Therefore, this one is used for ground movements, the PSR is used for aircrafts in space. So, surface movement radar is an equipment it's designed to detect all features on the surface of the airport, including aircraft and vehicular traffic, and present the entire image on an indicator console in the control tower. It is used to augment visual observation by tower personnel of the movements on the runway and taxiways. Next. So the role of the SMR is, one is to enhance controller situational awareness regarding the maneuvering area. Number two, then monitor the movement of aircraft and vehicles on the maneuvering area. Next. An inherent limitation of the SMR we said the SMR uses the echo principle, meaning that whatever we are getting is a reflection. The equipment is not able to identify movements on ground. It will only tell you that I've got this movement from this point to this point. But it will not tell you that Kenya Airways is moving from point A to point B. So how do we complement this equipment so that we are able to see the movement, at the same time we are able to identify who is moving at what particular point, at what time? What we do is we integrate the surface movement radar with either an ADSB or a secondary surveillance radar equipment, which is able to now tell you that this is Kenya Airways, this is Ethiopian, this is Rwanda, etc. So it has the limitation that it only provides position information. And we are saying if combined with ADSB receiver, additional information may be displayed on the controller screen. Most airports use automatic dependent surveillance broadcast today. This system also decodes the SSR information, thus providing capability to tag the target with the aircraft call sign. Next. We have the automatic dependent surveillance. The lights, I should be using this screen so that I see my audience as I talk. But the lights are too strong. So, it's okay. Automatic dependent surveillance broadcast is another technology which now we will be receiving information from an aircraft without asking for the same. Therefore, how do we do this? The aircraft in space receives position information, that is the longitude and latitude information from satellites in space. Therefore, after having received its position information, it broadcasts the same information to a ground receiver, in addition to other information like identity, speed, bearing information, etc. At the same time, when transmitting that information to a ground station, it's broadcasting. That information is not broadcasting to a specific station, but it's broadcasting to anybody who has a receiver on that frequency. And as we move onwards from this secondary surveillance radar, ADSB, and maybe the multilateration, you'll notice some similarities, that the frequencies of use are the same. Because here we are broadcasting on 1090 megahertz, meaning that if you have an advanced secondary surveillance radar equipment, like the MODES, you have the capability of receiving ADSB information on radar. So, the aircraft, KQ here, is receiving the latitude and longitude information from satellites. Then it will, in addition to other information, broadcast that to ground stations, which now send the same information to the control tower for situational awareness and air traffic control. Then, in the space, we have aircrafts which are ADSB enabled. They can also receive data transmitted by this aircraft to the cockpit display traffic information system, where they are able now to see that I have this traffic at this point in the atmosphere. So, and therefore, I'm supposed to steer my aircraft in a different direction so that I do not cause accidents. So for situational awareness in the upper airspace, the equipment is also used to broadcast information to other aircrafts, which are ADS-B enabled for actually situational awareness. The pilot is able to see other aircrafts within its range. Next. Why do we call it automatic? This equipment does not require pilot action, or there's no ground request. In this, we do not have an interrogator like we had for the secondary surveillance radar. This one is actually receiving information coming from an aircraft. Then the equipment is dependent upon data provided by the aircraft system. We are saying surveillance because the primary intent of the ADS-B is to perform surrounding traffic surveillance. And we broadcast aircraft data is provided to every other equipment user, both in air or on ground. If you check on your phones, and there's an app, Flight Radar 24, you'll see all aircrafts in space. That is ADS-B information. You just go download Flight Radar 24, you're able to see all aircrafts flying within the airspace. Next. ADS-B is used to monitor air traffic with high precision while reducing the dependencies on costly radar equipment. The update rate for ADS-B is every second. The update rate for radar is after every 5 seconds. So actually we can rely more on ADS-B data for correct separation and follow-up of aircraft in space more than radar, because radar will be only be giving an update after 5 seconds, depending on the rotation and the range the equipment is supposed to cover. Because the rotation of a radar equipment is also dependent on the range the equipment is supposed to cover, especially the primary surveillance radar. Because if the signal is supposed to travel all the way to the end of the range, then it's reflected back to the antenna and supposed to travel and come back and find the antenna at the same position. Otherwise, it will miss the target. So, for accuracy, ADS-B is better than radar. So this helps to decrease the separation between aircrafts, reduce the risk as air traffic density increases, save on fuel costs, and increase situational awareness of both commercial and general aviation aircraft within the airspace. We have moved from secondary surveillance radar. Remember, our transponder is on 1090, and the transponder on ADS-B is also on the same frequency. And that is why I'm saying, if you have the latest technology of SSR equipment, the Mod S, it can actually receive ADS-B information. Most of them are actually able to receive ADS-B information. Next. So we say, unlike the current surveillance technique, where ground-based radar transmits interrogating signals and uses the replies from the aircraft transponders to determine location, ADS-B equipped aircraft will broadcast their GNSS positions once per second. The information is received by traffic controllers and other ADS-B enabled aircrafts, which includes the aircraft identification, altitude, speed, velocity, projected path, and other useful information. So ADS-B can actually give you more information than the secondary surveillance radar. In short, what I'm trying to say is ADSB is the technology for the future. Because ADSB, while we transmit data and we want to receive a target, we use line of sight. Then we can actually, the line of sight is overcome by using the space-based ADSB, which we now transmit the position of an aircraft back to the satellite, then from the satellite to a ground station, then to tower. That one avoids any obstacles for communication in between the aircraft and the ground station, because we are now coming from the aircraft back to the satellite and to a ground station. Next. So ADSB data will be received by dedicated ground receivers, which will immediately pass them to the controller screens at the nearest air traffic control centers. So it has the advantage is that it is derived by the aircraft and transmitted digitally, hence high accuracy. So it is independent of range between sensor and aircraft, simplifying integration of several sensors into a tracked air situation picture. It is updated once per second and is independent of constraints by the ground station as those imposed by the rotating radar antenna. Next slide. ADSB position is broadcast automatically, hence no need for interrogation. Receivers use simple omnidirectional or wide-angle antennas to receive all messages from large defined part of the airspace. A comparatively small fixed antenna is sufficient to receive reports from 200 nautical miles, as long as a clear line of sight can be established. Capacity and efficiency is improved. Then we have a reduction in operating costs. If you look at the size of an ADSB and you compare an ADSB with a radar equipment, you realize that one radar equipment can buy like 40 ADSB stations. Therefore, the equipment is cheap to buy. So, multilateration, this is also another technology. At the same time, we are also using those frequencies for the secondary surveillance radar, 1030, 1090. From secondary surveillance radar to ADSB 1090 to multilateration 1090, 1030. Now, this technology, which we also have in KCA, all the technologies I've gone through, we have them in KCA, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and we are using them in our controlled airspace. So this one, we use it for ground control. Aircrafts on the runway, aircrafts in the taxiway, aircrafts in the maneuvering in the apron, together with vehicles, any movement within the airport. The multilateration equipment is used. And the principle behind its operation is that we have only one ground interrogator at 1030 megahertz and several receiver stations within the airport. Now, for the equipment to be able to measure the position of an aircraft, then it uses what we call time difference of arrival of signals at the receiver stations on ground. One of the receiver stations, back to that slide. One of the receiver stations or sensors is actually used as a reference station so that the processor is able to calculate the time difference of received signal at sensor 1, sensor 2, sensor 3, and sensor 4. And out of that, time difference of arrival of signals from the replying aircraft. Now the processing station is able to give us the position of the aircraft. After that, data is transmitted to the control tower, where we have our air traffic controllers, actually especially in tower, and are able to control movements within the airport. So this uses time difference of arrival to give you the exact position of an aircraft or a vehicle. And it has only one interrogator, several receiver stations. The more the receiver stations, the better the accuracy. So if you want a better accuracy, you increase the number of receiver stations on ground. Yes. Next. So multilateration or hyperbolic positioning is a process of locating an object based on time difference of arrival of a signal emitted from that object to 3 or more sensors. When a signal is transmitted from an object, it will be received by 2 or more spatially separate sensors at different times. Next. The sensed signals are sent to a central multilateration processing station which calculates the time difference of arrival of the signals and gives the exact position of the object. Multilateration employs a number of ground stations which are placed in strategic locations around the airport and its local terminal area or wider area that covers a larger and surrounding area. Next, please. We have the applications of the multilateration technology. We have airport service surveillance, and it's used to monitor aircraft movements on airport service. It is a vital element of advanced service movement, guidance, and control system. So it is used to monitor any movement within the airport. So within the terminal, lower altitude operations. Remember, we have the SMR equipment, which is normally actually installed at the highest point within the airport. And therefore, you'll find that the surface movement radar is normally installed at the top of the control tower. Now, there's a limitation to this equipment, the SMR, because aircrafts which park behind terminal buildings are actually blocked from the line of sight of the equipment, and the SMR equipment is not able to detect such movements behind tall buildings within the airport. And therefore, the multilateration equipment was brought in to overcome such a drawback. So low altitude operations in the terminal area are restricted by the presence of high terrain, which can block aircraft interrogations from nearby secondary radars. This prevents local controllers from monitoring terminal area traffic below certain altitude. As a result, airports experience high diversion rates in instrument weather conditions. Next. Then the equipment can also be used for height monitoring. As high altitude jet traffic increases, aircraft capacity in the upper airspace becomes crowded, particularly between 29,000 feet and 41,000 feet, the altitude band preferred by airlines for fuel economy. About fuel economy and that altitude, pilots can explain better. Proceed. Then equipment can also be used for environmental management. Many airports require strict adherence to noise abatement procedures. The system records the identification of every arriving and departing aircraft along with its precise path over the ground and can show the exact time an aircraft passed over any point on its path. Therefore, if there is noise pollution and somebody wants to take such an aircraft to court, you are able to trace and you are able to say that aircraft A is the one which caused this problem at this time. The equipment is able to give you the track of that aircraft and the timestamp when that occurred. To this end, I would want to say thank you and allow for questions. Questions are actually dealing with security of our aircrafts. And the only insecure equipment is automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, where we have information about the aircrafts available to anybody with a receiver which can receive that frequency. Now, in our country, we do not actually have the procedures to use ADSB in our country. We only use ADSB for situation awareness. And therefore, our cybersecurity department is actually aware that it's a threat, but the information that we use to control our aircrafts is not from ADSB, because as at now, we do not have the procedures to use ADSB for air traffic control. We only use radar multilateration, full stop. ADSB is for situation awareness. Procedures are yet to be developed. Hope I have answered.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Shokurani Kazungu. I'm a senior Navy inspector with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. I'd like to take you through drone-assisted flight calibration and modern navigates. So before I go on, maybe I'd like to find out if my target audience knows what is navigates, navigational aids. Oh, sorry, in aviation we have a lot of acronyms and short names. So what are navigation aids? Okay, now, so that means before I venture into calibration, I'll have to explain you briefly what are navigational aids. When you see a pilot coming from the US here in Kenya, then he decides, I want to go to Mandera. You right now, if you want to go to Mandera, what will you do? You don't know where Mandera is. But definitely, I know most of you will go to Google Maps, try to find their way there. And Google Maps, sometimes they can take you behind the building and tells you, you've reached your destination, yeah? And it's behind the building. Now, we have routes in the air, just like roads on the land. Those routes are established by things called VOR, VHF's omnidirectional radio range. Now, those VORs are pilot tunes to a VOR. For example, Mandera, we have a VOR there at the tail end of the country, between Ethiopia and Somalia. The pilot will actually tune into the VOR frequency for Mandera, and it will take him all the way to Mandera, because the VOR gives the pilot the azimuth and the distance, okay? So the pilot will be able to know that I'm this degrees from Mandera and I'm this distance from Mandera. So as it goes, the distance keeps on decreasing until it reaches Mandera. As they are coming to land in Jomo Kenyatta, we have an instrument called Instrument Landing System, ILS. Instrument Landing System gives the pilot the center line, extended center line. You see the physical center line of the runway? Now we extend that with an electronic signal. So the pilot, if he's on the left side, he'll receive a go to the right flag until he reaches the center line. If he's on the right side, he'll receive a flag, go to the left until you reach the center line. The same ILS has three components: localizer and a glide slope. The glide slope gives the pilot the glide angle to come and land. Okay? Now that glide angle is usually prescribed by ICAO as 3 degrees. Okay? So it gives the pilot the 3 degrees slope to come and comfortably land. Now, when the pilot comes and lands, he follows the localizer, which gives him the center of the runway, and the slope given by the GP, glide path equipment. Okay? Now, the glide path equipment usually nowadays is co-located with a DME. A DME is distance measuring equipment. Operates just like a radar. But this time round, the transponder is not in the aircraft. The transponder is the one on the ground. Okay? The aircraft has an interrogator which interrogates the DME equipment and is told, you are this distance from me, the slant angle. Okay? The slant distance is not the ground distance. Okay? So if you want to know the ground distance, Pythagoras theorem. Hypotenuse is what will give you. Calculate the? Yes, you'll get it. Now, all those signals have limitations which ICAO prescribes. Those limitations are in ICAO annexes and documents. So if you receive a signal, that signal, you are told it has to be this depth of modulation, and it must not be more than plus or minus 5. You see? So you are given a limit by the ICAO documents. Now those limits, usually we have several parameters which we check, and all of them have limits. Now, those parameters, the limits are prescribed in ICAO, and how to measure those limits is prescribed by ICAO doc. There is a document. There's usually an ICAO annex, which is now how to do it, or how to do whatever that is required by the annex. You use the ICAO doc. Like for NAVAIDS, there's ICAO Annex 10. And for you to do whatever Annex 10 requires you use ICAO Doc 8071. That's the manual for testing radio navigational aids. Now, ICAO prescribes the validity or the duration when you are supposed to test those equipment. So flight inspection and calibration, what we do, we follow whatever that has been prescribed by ICAO. So we come and test. If the equipment complies, we give it a certificate to continue operating. If it does not comply, it is switched off. Okay? There's no two way about it. It is switched off. Rather than sending the wrong signal to the flying masses, you'd rather have no signal at all. Let the pilot use his own discretion to land, take off, and go wherever he wants. He will deal with the controller and the radars. Now, maybe we should start my presentation now. Now you know what a nav is. You know what is an ILS. You know what is a VOR, a DME. We also have some visual navids, which are called PAPIs. Precision Approach Path Indicator, PAPI. Yes, it's not a puppy for doggy. Yeah? So, what is flight calibration? We simply verify, yeah, the integrity and accuracy of the ground equipment to make sure it is compliant. That's all. So the traditional approach of flight calibration is that we use a special aircraft which is equipped with equipment to measure those signals. It's like a lab inside. It's just a pilot, flight inspectors, a computer with some consoles inside. Yeah? And then that aircraft flies prescribed profiles, okay, to do the measurements. We are going to see about that. Now, before you bring that aircraft to do calibration, what do? You, as a ground engineer, you have to go to the equipment, do what they call ground inspection. You have to measure your equipment to make sure all your parameters are within tolerance before you bring the aircraft, because it's very expensive to bring one. Yeah? So, currently, most of the countries are using something called PNR. Okay? PNR is a portable navigate receiver. Okay? It's just like the one that is in the aircraft, but now that one is handheld. You walk around with it, taking measurements, recording, walk around. There's a prescribed way you walk around and take measurements. Okay? Like for the VOR, you go around the VOR, taking measurements. That you've done an orbit. That is an orbit. And for an ILS, there is an arc. You walk around, take measurements for system 1, take measurements for system 2, record, look at the system. It will give you the health of your system if you know how to interpret the readings. Now, after you've done that, that is a requirement by ICAO. You have to do that. After you've done that, then you bring the aircraft. But then, those readings that you take walking around, you are too much below the signal, and sometimes it's too near the equipment. Those equipments operate mostly on something we call space modulation. Space modulation, you send two signals, two different signals, even two using different antennas. They go and modulate themselves in the air. Yeah? So at that time, you are taking the readings with a handheld equipment. The signal is not yet fully matured. So it will not give you the exact, accurate readings. Okay? Now, for advancement, there's somebody who came up with the drone. Now they fit all those receivers, nanini, into the drone. The drone can go up, take the readings. Yeah? That is where we are now at. That's the advancement. Next slide. So, we have talked, why flight calibration? Or sometimes they call it flight inspection. It's just to make sure that the equipment we've talked about are providing signals within the ICAO tolerances, and they are free from distortion, interference, yeah? And also, the equipment is not faulty. Though the equipment has also a safety net in itself, the ground equipment, it has monitors. It monitors itself. If the signal is not within the required tolerances, the system is supposed to shut itself down. All the system in aviation are monitoring themselves before we come and verify. So if the system is faulty, it will just shut itself down. Unless you do something called bypass. You bypass the monitors, it will keep on radiating, but it's not recommended because now you'll kill people. And also we calibrate to make sure that the pilots can navigate and land precisely without hazard. Next. So those are the key reasons we've already talked about. Regulatory compliance, safety assurance, commissioning of new navaids. When you install a new navaid, before you bring it to operation, you will do your ground checks, site proofing and all that, but before you bring it to operation to serve the airspace, it is a requirement by ICAO and by KCAA regulations that it has to be commissioned by a flight calibration aircraft. And commissioning usually takes a long time because it can be a all-day affair. Measuring this, repeat, you say adjust. After you say adjust, if the engineer on the ground adjusts, you have to repeat that run. Sometimes they are, and remember you've not stopped the airspace, so sometimes you are told to hold there until this one's land, then you come and repeat. So you can even finish in the night, okay? Then we have post-maintenance checks. For example, you've had a major repair. You've changed the antennas or the feeder cables or the modulators. It is a requirement that it has to be checked again before it's brought back to service. Then we have environmental changes. You have an ILS bringing you problems, only to realize that there is an airline which has put a hanger next to an ILS antenna, thereby causing a lot of interference. So we have to check and determine, this is the one that is causing this, okay? Or maybe there are tremors and all that, then there is a shift on the ground. Those antennas will not stand the way they were after installation, yeah? That means you have to come and check again. Next slide. So, how flight calibration is done? I will start with the aircraft, then compare it with the drone, and then we see the results between the two. Yeah? So, the aircraft is fitted, as I said before, high precision navigation receivers, data recording systems, all those onboard analysis software, yeah, for it to measure the signals that it's receiving, either from the ILS, either from the VOR, from the NDBs, all those. Next. So there are steps to be taken before you do calibration. Yeah? You have to start planning. You know, you've been prescribed a way to do it. But now, on the ground, what do? You have to get the coordinates of that system where it is. Yeah? You determine the procedure points. You determine the tolerances. How do you determine the tolerances? These equipment have classes. Yeah? There is category 1, 2, and 3. Category 1 is the one with the widest tolerance, then followed by 2, then 3 is the strictest. That one can land you all the way to the tarmac. Yeah? If it's for example, an ILS. So you have to know all those. What are you measuring? Yeah? And then which patterns are you going to do? Is this a commissioning flight? Is it a periodic? Or is it to determine whether it has shifted or not after repair? You know. So the signal measurements, usually what we check, for example, ILS and glide path, we check the course alignment, we check signal strength, ident. Every equipment has a name, just like you have a name. Yeah? So every equipment has a name. Like the one I told you for Mandela is called Mike Alpha Victor, MAV. That's Mandela VOR. Every pilot knows it's Mandela VOR. When you come to Jomo Kenyatta, you have an ILS. It has a name. It's called November Lima, NL. Yeah? So everybody has a name. So we also check. Are those names really, is it transmitting its name? Yeah? Then there are modulation percentages I talked about. The modulation percentages are the requirements that you are receiving this signal is supposed to be 30 hertz and its modulation depth is 30. We check that. Is this 30 hertz? 30. Okay? Then DME accuracy. We also check the accuracy. Is it giving us the distance that it's supposed to give us? Okay? So there are so many things we check. And the VOR, which also check the VOR bearing accuracy. Okay? Next. After we check all that, we compare with the ICAO standards, like I said. They are gotten from ICAO Annex 10. Then we tell the engineers on the ground, adjust that thing. It's off a little bit, bring it more to the right. They adjust, they know what to adjust. They bring it to the right place. We tell them there. Then we test again. That's the final verification. Yeah? After we are sure, we are saying, oh, okay, now this is the signal that we want. We issue a compliance certificate. And the system can operate up to the validity period that ICAO is prescribed. Next. So, I talked earlier that we do several calibrations. So, when is flight calibration required? First is for site proofing. You want to put an equipment here. So you go and put dummy equipment first. We come and check if that place is appropriate for that equipment. Yeah? After we do that, you install the equipment. After installation, we come and do the commissioning. Yeah? Now, after commissioning, the system will operate up to the required validity period prescribed by ICAO. Then we come and do periodic. That is the scheduled calibration. Okay? We'll see what ICAO has recommended. Yeah? And we also do the unscheduled. Like I say, there's a breakdown. There's a construction that has gone on, and the pilots have reported interference. Yeah. If the pilots have reported interferences, we tell the engineer on the ground, collect the data. After we have enough data, then we can justify for us to come and do calibration next. So, there are several ICAO standards which our office use. Remember, there are so many standards within ICAO. We have 19 annexes, but us personally, we use very few of those. That is Annex 4. Annex 10 is like our Bible now. We use it throughout. Annex 15, Doc 9613 for PBN, and there's PANOPS. That's a procedure for ANS operations. 8168. Then now, our manual, how we do things, is ICAO Doc 871. Yeah? Then all these documents from ICAO, KCA domesticates and makes them law. They are taken to parliament, they are gazetted, they become law. You break them, you go to jail. Then we have SMS. That's the safety aspect of it. We also have an annex 19 deals with the SMS. Yeah? So all those are the documents we use. Now, general guidance on calibration intervals, the validity I told you about. We have ILS, Cat 1 up to 3. Every 6 months, extendable to 12 months. But there is a condition they put for extension. Yeah? So in Kenya, usually, we don't want to extend. We do 6 months. Every 6 months, we do calibration for ILSs. VOR, we do every 12 months. Okay? DME, we do together with the collocated equipment. If it's ILS, 6 months. If it's VOR, 12 months. NDB, 12 to 24, but we do 12. Although, currently we don't have NDBs. We decommissioned all of them because that's a very old technology. And the marker beacons, we only used to have one. It was located somewhere in the Nairobi National Park. And that one was also decommissioned after we introduced the DME to be collocated with the ILS. It does the same job to give the pilot distance. Okay? Now, flight inspection, aircraft profile. You can see from your screen, there are several profiles we fly. We are very disruptive during calibration because we give headache to controllers. We want to do a thing, we go, controller is telling us, go, wait there, but I have traffic. And they're lining up, coming like, you see. And yet, see, we have to do all that. Yeah? For you to measure the center line, you have to do that run alpha, where you do the approach, yeah? And then for you to measure the width, because the width of the signal is also prescribed, you have to do an arc, and you do several. There's an arc to measure clearance, and there's an arc to measure the course signal. So I wish first, maybe next time, they will do they'll bring somebody to talk about nav aids alone, and then the following day we do the calibration. Because now I can see a lot of people trying to imagine, yeah? Okay, next slide. Now that one is for the GP, the one that gives you the slope. There is a way we also fly it, okay? And those maneuvers are very dangerous maneuvers, of course, because you come as low as 50 feet to the ground, and yet your landing gear is still up. So it means the alarms started coming from 200 feet. That's the minimum. Yeah? So from minimum, there's somebody in the cockpit always saying, pull up, pull up, pull up, terrain, 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 pull up. You see? And you have to come all the way to 50, then pull up. So those are the maneuvers. Next slide. So that's just a depiction of Jomo Kenyatta where it is, yeah? And the maneuvers that I showed you, prescribed by ICAO. You can see there we have Ngong, we have a viewer like Tango Victor, there's Alpha Lima, that's an NDB which was decommissioned. And then we have November Victor is located inside Jomo Kenyatta at the end of the runway. Okay? Next. Then we have a VOR. How do you check a VOR? A VOR, a VOR gives you azimuth. Azimuth starts from 0 all the way to 0. Okay? So we have to do an orbit, checking each and every degree From 0 back to 0. TX1, finish. TX2, again. Then we take a radial. We take one radial, yeah? And we go out. During that checking of that radial, we do a lot of maneuvers to do some measurements, yeah? There are things like polarization we check during the radial, where the aircraft banks 30 degrees this way, then comes back, banks this way. So if you had too many last night, you can drop them, all of them there. Next. Yes, we talked about PAPI. PAPI is a precision approach path indicator. Those are 4 boxes. If you go to the airport, you've been to the airport, before the plane takes off, you will see some 4 boxes with all red lights. All red lights. Yeah? They are all red lights because you are down. When you are on the angle, this PAPI is supposed to give you 2 red and 2 white. You are on 3 degrees. So, you see all white, you are safe, you are too high. 1 white, 2, let's say 3 whites, you are still too high. White, 2 and red 2, you are on the slope. 3 reds, you are below the slope. And 4 reds, you are dead. Yeah, you won't see them again because they're 4 reds. You are dead. So how to check? The way we check them is through those profiles. Again, they are prescribed by ICAO. Yeah? It's through those profiles. First, you do a level run to check if they're okay. And then you do the arc. They are supposed to be, you are supposed to see them and they should give you an angle from 15 degrees on the left and 15 degrees on the right. That is plus and minus 15. Now, after you see that the coverage is okay, you come now and do the measurements per box. You do measurements per box. Each box has to, there's a way it's supposed to transit to the other one, changing that color from red to white, like that, like that, like that, or white to red, like that, like that. We do some measurement where the aircraft just comes, then drops. If it drops like this, it measures. Yeah, the transition. So it drops, you feel like you've left your head, your stomach, everything up here, and you're here. Yeah. So, and it does that all the way to how many feet? You see? 50 feet. And the landing gear is still up, then you go high. Okay? Yes. Next. Good. So, limitations for the traditional. Traditional is the one that we use the aircraft. Yeah? It's too expensive. Yeah? Like now, Kenya, we used to have an aircraft which was grounded way in the 90s. Then we resorted to hiring somebody. We advertise, the lowest bidder takes it, then comes and gives us service for that. It's too expensive. They charge us per hour. So, from engine start, the per hour they start from engine start, not from taking off. Engine start, engine off. They calculate the time, give you a bill. So you'll find, we pay like 600,000 per hour. So a whole day, we usually fly from morning, by the time we land is 5, or even past 5 if it's a commissioning. So it's too expensive. Then those aircrafts are few in the world, they're very few. Like in Africa, you can count them by one hand, okay? There's Nigeria, there's Asekna, South Africa, there's crashed in Dubai, it killed people. Which other country? There's Egypt, Morocco, only. The whole of Africa. Now we have to get the bidders from where? From Europe, yeah, to come and do it for us. So sometimes you'll find the aircraft is fully booked, it's not available. So unless you have a contract which gives them a retainer for you to retain them whenever you want. Yeah? So, and the risk of the maneuvers is too high also. People die. I told you South Africans died in Dubai when they were doing calibration for Dubai. Then the environmental impact. We fly sometimes very low and on restricted areas also. So you'll find an aircraft, of course, making rounds. People are wondering, what is this thing doing? We are doing measurements. Yeah, next. So, drone-assisted calibration. Just like the aircraft, the drone is equipped with a lot of all those sensors, yeah? And it can be operated remotely, real-time data analysis, just like the aircraft. And it can be operated with the agreement with the ATC within the airport. Other drones are not allowed. Yeah? Next. So advantages. It doesn't use fuel, mostly it's batteries. And even the ones that use fuel, they're not very, they don't emit so much, okay? Because you have drones, these quadcopters, and there are people who use those big ones, the UAS, yeah, unmanned aircraft. Yeah. So those ones, like the military, they have drones which they use fuel, just like a jet, yeah? Faster. You don't need to assemble the crew, what. You just need 2 people, 3 people, go. Yeah? It's faster to deploy. It doesn't have emission. And the data precision, we will see and compare, because our research was done already. Okay? So it does the same thing, pre-mission planning, execution. You see, pre-mission planning, you put all your profiles and save them in the system. Then the drone just takes off, flies, and collects the data according to the way you've profiled the runs. Yeah? And then it compares the data with the recommended standards and generate a report. Then from there, you'll be able to know, if I bring my calibration aircraft, how long will it take? Because if it's adjustment, you've done all the minor adjustments. So that aircraft, when it comes, it will just come and confirm. So those are some of the things we measure, like for the lock and glide slope and the VOR. And you see it's within the range, somewhere where you can see it, line of sight. Yeah, we don't encourage beyond line of sight. Next. So the system overview of the calibration drone is like that. It's a modular system. You can remove a battery, put it back, remove a component, put it back, remove a propeller, put it back. For an aircraft, the other day we were grounded for 3 weeks because the aircraft had a minor thing which was supposed to be sorted within 1 hour. And it took us a whole 2 weeks because the part has to come all the way from Europe. But with this one, you have spare propellers, you put everything. Very easy. Yeah. Next. So those are some of the advantages I talked about of the drone in calibration. We can do pre-checks before flight inspection, what I said. Do all the adjustments. If it's a new equipment, you do all the preliminary adjustments. So the aircraft just comes and confirms and gives you a certificate to operate. Next. So the architecture of the drone, we have the airborne segment and the ground segment. Yeah? The airborne segment has sensors, onboard processing, all those transponder, because it has also to be seen by the controller. So it has to have a Mod S transponder. Yeah? And then on the ground, we have the RTK. That's to get the coordinates, to give the precise positioning of that. You put the RTK, real-time kinematics, RTK. Yeah? You put it here, it gives you the coordinates of this place and transmits back to the drone. So the drones know its exact location, because it also communicates with the satellites, then back to it and compares. Yeah? And there's a US remote control to control the drone, up, down, side. Yeah? Next. Sorry, I think I have to go fast because I'm the one between you and your lunch. Yeah. Okay, next. So the architecture is like what I explained. That's just in details, the software to do the comparison and do measurements and all that. The drone could be DJI matrix with the RTK. Yeah. Next. Yeah, that's the thing. So they communicate with one another like that. That's the ground segment and the flights. And it's easy to transport it. Just put them on those bags. Yeah? Put them in the bags, get them into a van, you've gone. Kamani, Mombasa, Eldoret, everywhere. Yeah? Next. So, there's a company called Aerodata from Germany that did calibration using both of them. They have a drone called Flybot. Now, when comparing those data, you can see they did a partial orbit and they used Alert 410. Alert 410 is an aircraft, yeah? And they also used their Flybot. And those are the results. From there, you cannot even distinguish between the blue and the black. That means those results correlate. And that's what ICAO wants, the results to correlate. If you have correlation for 4 successive calibration, you can extend the validity. Okay? That's why they say 6 months to 12 until you achieve that correlation. Yeah? And with a drone, it's easy. So it will save you money for one mission. Every time it comes, we call it a mission. So for one mission, we can save money. Next. You can see that's an alignment structure. You can't even see the difference between the two. Okay? Next. So drones versus manned, that is the crewed calibration. The maneuvers, they're similar. Let's say now we are flying an arc. With the aircraft, we'll go all the way to 17 nautical miles. Then we go to 25 nautical miles to check. 25 nautical miles, New Kongong. You see? To go and check. With the drone, you just check within the vicinity of that equipment and you get the same results. So it will give you an indication of the health of equipment. Okay? Next. That is still the comparison between the drone and the manned aircraft. Most of it we've gone through. This other one has a wider range. It can run all the way. Actually, that is one of the limitations of the drone. All the drones right now, to get a drone that goes for more than 1 hour is very hard. Mostly it's 30 minutes. So you have to change the battery after 30 minutes. Yeah? But this aircraft can go half a day, come refuel, half a day, come refuel, and finish the job. Yeah? So that's like it. Now that's a movie. I don't know whether we should watch it and see how the drone, it's a 6 minutes movie. I can briefly explain. Those are just the runs we've been talking about, and it's measuring all those within some very few minutes. And that is a drone by the Korean aviation. They measure a VOR and a TACAN. Yeah. So that's how the drone looks like. That's a quadcopter. And you can see it can run all the way to the threshold, take the measurements. Those are some of the payloads for the drone, collecting all the data. Yes. And then it puts them in graphs and all that for you to interpret. Okay? Maybe you should go next. You see, conventional method, we use 5 hours for something like ILS. And it's 30 minutes with the drone. You finish to do all the checks that are done by a conventional method. It saves you a lot of time. Navigate's overview. We have the legacy equipment, the ones I was telling you, DVR, DME, ILS, and then we have the satellite-based, things like G-bus, S-bus, yeah? And all these contribute to performance-based navigation, okay? I'm supposed to also talk about that, but I think I'm going only to touch through because it's something very wide, yeah? Something very wide. Next. Now, the overview of modern navigates. We have performance-based navigation, GNSS transition, modern instrument flight procedures. Okay, next. And from the Venn diagram, you can see how they are interconnected. They are all rely on each other. Okay, so from the evolution, 1960s all the way. Yeah. Next. 1960s all the way. We had conventional, which we use with the NDB, VOR, DME, ILS, and we have now transitioned to RNAV, RNP, yeah, and GNSS-based approaches. The drivers of these are safety, efficiency, capacity, you are able to control more aircraft, and also environment. Next. Benefits of modern navigates, enhanced accuracy, reduced ground infrastructures, interoperability with GNSS, and it supports PBN. Next. And you see all those modern navigation aids are satellite-based. Some of them are ground-based, but they also depend on the satellite. And challenges and consideration with all this intertwined, the drone and modern navigates, we have regulatory approval for UAV operations near airports. Yeah, it's usually a challenge. Right now, to own a drone in Kenya, you have to go all the way up to DOD and all those people to give you clearance, yeah, because of security reasons. Then the payload limitation for a drone. It can't carry more weight. Maximally, you'll find it's 15 kilograms. Yeah. Then, during bad weather and strong winds, you cannot operate it because it's being pushed away by the strong winds. Then, integrating that into the active traffic of the airport is usually a headache for controllers. So you have to be very, very careful when you are allowing drones near the airports. Those are some of the challenges. Next. Now, PBN. It's a framework for defining navigation performance requirements by ICAO. So you implement PBN by planning the airspace, design it, then you plan the flight procedures, then training of the staff and the crew, and also regulatory alignment. That means you have to set your regulations to fit into the requirements. Yeah? But it promotes efficiency, reduce emissions, because that's a place now you'll find you are given direct descent or direct takeoff and ascent, yeah? But now the cons, the training cost, because you have to train all these people again. And also, somebody was asking about spoofing and all that. Those are the GNSS vulnerabilities. Yes. And after ICAO realized that it's not very dependable. Other than the vulnerability by spoofing, also there is another one called space interference, where the solar flares, and then that noise makes the satellite not to, they cover the satellite signal not to reach the Earth. So that's where you have outage of the satellite. Yeah? So because of that, ICAO decided they'll also maintain legacy equipment. They don't phase them out, because at first they wanted to phase them out. Okay? And replace them with S-bus and G-bus. Next. So that's the transition, shift from ground-based to GNSS. And GNSS, as you know, we have GPS from the US by the Space Force, US Space Force. We have Galileo. We have Galileo is from Europe. Then we have GLONASS, Russia, and Beidou, China. Superpowers only. So you see, you depend on third party. You're in conflict with them, they can actually switch for you. Yeah? They can interfere with your signal. Sindio? You depend on third party. So we have procedures for this satellite-based and all that. Next. Okay, thank you very much. I think the time has really gone, and I wish to thank you for indulging me. And maybe if you have any question, you can put it forward. They can bring it to me so that I can respond. Thank you.
My name is Javan Osike. I'm an aircraft maintenance engineer. I work for a company based here in Wilson Airport called Boscovic Air Charters. I've always been an engineer. For some times I worked for Kenya Civil Aviation Authority in airworthiness department. So the guys who are presenting here before me were colleagues, but I've always been an engineer. So I will take you very fast through what we call aircraft maintenance. Can somebody in this room tell me what the word maintenance means? Just a question before we kick off. What do you understand by the word maintenance? Just in a single word.
To keep in a proper working condition.
To keep in proper working condition. Very good. Now, aircraft maintenance is much wider than keeping it in proper working condition. Okay? We say that the aircraft must be airworthy for it to safely operate. Now, what do we mean by the word airworthy? It means that it must conform to the regulatory requirement of the country of registry. In this case, the country of registry will be Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. True or false? 2, it must be maintained in an approved facility. Okay? The facility must be approved. It must be certified by people who are properly licensed and qualified and trained. Are we together? The documentation used must be from approved source. Those are the reference materials used. We'll see which reference materials are these. Okay? Parts that is going to go into this aircraft must come from approved suppliers. Does it make sense? Okay? So, to sum it all, for you to start an approved maintenance of an aircraft, there are many steps that you have to go through before you do that maintenance in the first place. You must have many approvals, you must have the facility, you must have the people, there must be qualified, trained, and of course, ICAO standards kicks in. My colleagues here talks of ICAO standards, recommended practices. The standards form the basic regulations in any aviation setup for standardization. So which means here in Kenya, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority took on board ICAO airworthiness standards to make sure that the maintenance standards, okay, meet the ICAO requirement. Just as operational standards, okay, for you to fly, for you to go into aircraft air operator certificate, you have to have A, B, C, D. Even in maintenance, it is the same. Okay? Now, that would be, it's just an online picture of a maintenance facility. So the facility, the word facility is very wide. Just as this room is a training facility, it means that it must meet the training requirement as prescribed by this organization. And of course, the authority that oversees the university, wherever in Kenya. Same to maintenance for facility. One thing is that it must be able to keep out the weather elements for people working inside to be comfortable. Okay? 2, it must have the equipment that is going to make it easy or to support the maintenance activities being undertaken. Hence, you can see the platforms, the whatever. 3, the people working there must be qualified and certified. Qualified and certified. Okay? That is the engineers, the mechanics, the technicians, the whatever. They must be qualified and certified. So for you to undertake aircraft maintenance, it is not just something you wake up one morning and start. The documentation which is going to be used in that maintenance, normally those manuals must be approved, and there are many. Here in Kenya, we have got what we call MPM, Maintenance Procedures Manual. It's a huge manual like this. You state what you will do when, by whom, the how, the what, all there. And it must be approved, because that is the guideline. So that is the number one item. Number two, you must have a proper capability. Assuming this was our facility, our capability will be the aircraft that can fit inside here. Anything that cannot fit inside here cannot be in that capability, because then you are not capable of doing it. Okay? So the documentations are many, both local and national and international. For you to do maintenance, you must have what we call approved maintenance program for the aircraft type you are maintaining. So what do this program entails? It is telling you if that aircraft is made to be maintained every 200 hours, you will have all the 200-hour maintenance tasks, okay? And each and every task is given a procedure on how it should be done. Okay? And at the end of those tasks, they have been done, they must be certified by a properly licensed engineer, okay? That is, who is also approved on that aircraft type to give those certifications. Sorry. Now, the next question is, why do the engineer have to be licensed and approved? Aircraft differ from type to type because they are manufactured by different manufacturers. They have got different requirements. There are a lot of variables in those aircraft, different engine types, different propeller types, different avionics types, different airframe types, name it, pressurization types, whatever. So you can only certify what you have studied on and qualified. You get? Sorry. Now, sorry. After the aircraft has been maintained, certified, there is what we call release to service. Release to service. When an aircraft comes in for maintenance, KCA gives that aircraft 1-year certificate of airworthiness, saying that this aircraft will be airworthy for 1 year. Okay? But in between, there will be many maintenance tasks carried out on this aircraft. So every time it comes in for maintenance, that certificate of airworthiness, which was given to it by KCA, becomes invalid because the aircraft becomes unairworthy if that maintenance is not done. Okay? Now, how do we release it back so that that certificate becomes effective? We do the maintenance, then appropriately certified and licensed engineer signs it to say that what has been done is in accordance with the requirements. The documentation which were used were in accordance with the requirement, and in his opinion, the aircraft is ready to be released back to service. What this guy has done is validated the earlier invalidated certificate of airworthiness, so the aircraft can go back to flying. So every time you do a maintenance, as an engineer, you issue a certificate of release to service. Any question? Now, what do the maintenance entails? One, inspections, repairs, overhauls, modifications, and part replacement. 5 items. So let's start with the first one, inspection. If I'm told to inspect this seat as an engineer, basically that seat came the way it is. Okay? But is it in the condition it is supposed to be? I might not dismantle the seat to inspect, but I will look, the seat must have somewhere where people sit. Can I sit on it and maintain that posture, or I'm going to fall through? It has have to have these armrests, the backrest, the whatever. So you do a visual observation of the thing as it is, or as it was, is it still the same? That is an inspection. An inspection do not necessarily means dismantling, no. Okay? Yeah. If it requires dismantling, the manual will say so. But most of the time, inspection are visual checks that you see if the item still meets its original outlook. After inspection, you issue a certificate of release to service. Okay? Because it is a work, it is a job. There will be a job card for that. 2 is the repairs. If during this inspection, you find that this door is not closing the way it's supposed to be closing, you now go ahead and conduct a repair work. If the door is closing the way it should be, there is nothing to be done to that door. You inspect it as it is. After the inspection, there are some components that might require overhaul during that time. Their condition cannot allow them to be brought back on board to continue. So those components will be removed and taken to the overhaul facility. You as a maintenance organization might not have the capability or the ability to do those overhauls. That's why each and every maintenance organization or people doing maintenance have got what we call service level agreement with other organizations all over the world. If it is an engine, it came from Pratt & Whitney in Canada, it is due for overhaul, you ship it to Pratt & Whitney. For example, if it is a propeller, it came from de Havilland, wherever it will be shipped, or their equivalent agent somewhere in the world. So overhauls are now a much deeper maintenance task. It is no longer visual. It is opening, inspecting, repairing, reassembling, and testing. That is what an overhaul is. Okay? You will dismantle, you will clean, you will inspect, you will repair, reassemble, and test. Some items will require modification. From time to time, aircraft are modified a lot. A lot. Again, those modifications could be done local, depending with the level of the requirement, or again, sent again to other facility which have got those capabilities. That is also part of the maintenance. Lastly, is parts replacement. This one we can only replace. The manual says after 1,000 hours, replace the starter generator. There's nothing you can do because you can't work outside the manual. It is a directive. So you replace, you get a new one, give yours as a core to be overhauled somewhere else, or it's overhauled and brought back to you. So all those entails maintenance. Why is it not going? Hey, boss. So now, aviation is the most regulated entity in the world. I've never known an industry regulated that closely as aviation industry, and maintenance is not left out. So why is it that they are regulated? They are regulated because they must conform to standards. The manual is the same. Therefore, the way you remove an engine in England will be exactly the same way you will remove an engine in Kenya. Because you are using, if the aircraft, let's say it is a Boeing, Boeing only gives one manual. Okay? But you can domesticate that manual depending on your operational conditions. Okay? Boeing makes a generic manual because they don't know where that aircraft will end up in this globe called the Earth. The maintenance done on the same Boeing in Greenland is not the same with the maintenance done in Boeing in Kenya. Do you agree? Because the conditions are not the same. So operators or maintenance organizations domesticate, okay, their documentation depending with their region, their operation, and so on and so forth. But you cannot move away from the basics of what Boeing said you do. Once you do that, that manual is taken to the local airworthiness authority that must approve it, and that becomes your Quran or your Bible. You cannot move away from it. So whatever you do must conform to that manual. That's why we say it is heavily regulated. Now, generally, this one I think I'd said, we have got different types of maintenance. We have got the light maintenance. We call it line. There are things that can be changed online. You walk into an airport and you find engineers working all over. Each and aircraft has got some ladders or wherever. Those are what we call line maintenance. The manufacturer allows us to do what we call line replaceable units maintenance online. You don't need to bring the aircraft on base to change a tire. Okay? You don't need to bring an aircraft on base to, there are those things that you can do online. That is what we call light maintenance. Now there are those things that you cannot do online. That now comes under what we call base maintenance or heavy maintenance. Some people call it heavy maintenance. You want to do an engine change. You want to do a propeller change, for example. You want to do retraction checks to see if the aircraft is under carriages, they are really retracting because there are timings, there are safety requirements to do those checks. Do they meet the timings? In case that system fails and you have to use emergency to lower those under carriages, do they meet the requirement? Those tests can only be done in a facility which is, prescribed. So those ones are now base maintenance or heavy maintenance. The other maintenance is what we call shop. The word shop here is from the word workshop, okay? Where you remove, send it to a workshop, they do the test, they do the maintenance, bring it back to you, and then you just fit. So we have got how many types? 3 types: line, base, and workshop. Now, these tasks, they require personnel, they require inspection systems, and what have you. And as I said before, all you need to do is to have the right people, the right job, the right documentation, and then you are safe to continue doing your operations. I cannot see this thing moving. Okay. Now, I'd said that ICAO form gives us the standards. We domesticate the standards into regulations, and the recommended practices from the same ICAO become our processes and procedures. So the standards are already there that are picked to be part of our regulation, and the recommended practices are what we use to do our procedure manuals, because they are normally called ICAO sub-standards and recommended practices. You cannot deviate from a standard. You cannot deviate from an ICAO standard. So the regulations we have in Kenya Civil Aviation regulations, and actually copy and paste of the standards. Okay? The recommended practices are what we use to do the manuals of procedures. Any question? Good. Now, we have got what we call maintenance checks. We have different categories of aircraft. The first category of aircraft is the passenger approved. Those aircraft that carry passenger, they are the first category of aircraft in aircraft categorization. If you have got a certificate of passenger transportation, that aircraft can do anything below that certificate. It means it can carry passenger and cargo. But if you have got cargo certification, you can only carry cargo but not passenger. You get? I can see you doubting, boss. You okay? Yeah. So, maintenance is also by categorization. At the bottom of it is the private category, those individual owners aircraft, where you can only carry yourself. Could be under your friends. No, even your friends you can. Yourself could be under your family. Those ones, you maintain them. The only mandatory requirement that is must be done what we call annual inspection. Annual inspection, because you have to renew its certificate of airworthiness. But the passenger one, the number one, you have to do your 200 hour, your 500, your one, whatever it is, it must be done. And each and every inspection must be certified. Okay? So the maintenance of aircraft depends with the category of the aircraft. We have, lastly, nowadays we have got what we call amateur build. People build their own small aircraft and fly them. You you go into the internet and you see very strange things flying all over. Yeah? Those ones are known as amateur build. They do not have a maintenance program. But authorities all over the world, just like are coming up with standards for them, because air safety is mandatory. This, once you are up here, you become a bother to everybody who is also up there. But that is the biggest challenge we have today in maintenance. The amateur, or rather the individual kit that people make to become aircraft and fly around. I think lastly is that we have got different major, I'll call them major, aircraft or airworthiness authorities in the world. These airworthiness authorities are the authorities that give direction and directive of how aircraft should be maintained and certified. Number one is the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. This is American. Followed by number two, IASA, European Safety Agency. Yes. Yeah, IASA. Number three, Transport Canada. These are regional. 5, Australia, Civil Aviation Authority. 5, India. I think those are the only regional aviation authorities in the world. The rest are individual countries that have got their own CAS or whatever they call them. So all these authorities, maintenance-wise, is a standardization because the documentation is the same, the requirement is the same. Everybody subscribes to the ICAO standards and recommended circulars, and airworthiness is Annex 8. You can check, you can Google ICAO Annex 8. It is about airworthiness. It gives the standards for everything, I think, in matters maintenance. So, unless there is any question, just by show of hands, how many of you here want to be engineers? Me, I'm a senior grease monkey, so I've got nothing to hide. You also want to be an engineer? I'm ready. You're ready. Good. Good. Welcome. Welcome. Yes. I think I'm...
Okay, so good afternoon. No problem. Excellent. Okay, so I'm distinguished lecturer. This is part of the distinguished lecture program of Aerospace Society. And today we'll talk about automotive radar. We have in other talks comparing between radar and LiDAR and health aspects of radar operation, and you are invited to watch these talks online. So, a few words about myself. My research is mainly on signal processing for autonomous platforms and mainly for sensors, radars, LiDARs, cameras, and sensor fusion, and for vehicles, for drones, for radars that detect drones, etc. I'm also leading a team of about 100 students developing this race car that competing next week in France. This is an autonomous vehicle that participates in a world competition of race cars built by students. If you didn't recognize, it's hard to see in Nairobi, but mobility revolution is already here, okay? All these dreams that look like that in this slide, they already occur, and if you are in US and you are walking the streets, you see that many autonomous vehicles driving themselves, okay? You order Uber and autonomous vehicle coming in San Francisco, in New York, Atlanta, many cities. So it's actually not science fiction, it's occur, and we as an engineer need to provide the technology to make this kind of revolution happen faster and more reliable. Now, autonomous vehicle attach many megatrends. There were 10 megatrends defined that change our world in the next century, and autonomous vehicle touch few of them, or actually most of them. So it's a really important revolution that occur. So the question is why? Okay, why we need autonomous vehicles at all? And the answer is easy, because all trips and the time we spend to park the vehicle and so on, take a large part of our lives. For example, the German driver on average spent about almost 3 years of life just behind the steering wheel, okay? It's very across different regions, but that's approximate. And spending about 2 weeks of the entire life just waiting for red lights, okay? You don't see many red lights in Nairobi, but in Germany it's very traffic lighting. And spent about 1 hour at least every day only for find the parking space. And once you find the parking space, the car most of the day is just standing, okay? About 23 hours a day, it just parked, it's not driving. And over the whole entire life, spend about 100 hours a year looking for the parking spot. So all this is wasted time that we want to gain back, okay? It's really, we want to give more longer life, if you can think about that. Of course, that's one aspect. Another aspect is, of course, congestion, okay? The global trend is mega cities, that people tend to live together because of the work, and therefore the congestion is a huge problem in everywhere, and many cities is just blocking their complete operation. So if autonomous vehicle, and part of this reason for this congestion is because we as a driver don't do very well, okay? We do fast acceleration, fast deceleration, this creates the jams. And the autonomous vehicle could do it more efficiently and could reduce the congestion. Okay. And also about our quality of the driving, we human driver doing mistakes. About 90% of all crashes occur because of human driver mistakes. Okay, only 20% because of some technical challenges. So autonomous vehicles could reduce this number of crashes and fatalities. So it's also safety. In terms of comfort, instead of being attention and drive behind the wheel all the time, you could do other things. You could read, which movies, everything that you do, for example, in an airplane, and also be productive. So we could get, in fact, we could get overall about 4 years of our life back if we don't spend time for driving. And there's also a huge economical impact. Globally, they evaluated more than $400 billion of wasted money of driving. Okay, so we could really get back this money, also our life, but also the money. So it's a win from all sides. And of course, it's very green because the autonomous vehicles can more efficiently control the consumption of the energy. It doesn't matter if it's gasoline or if it's electric energy, it's still natural resources. So it can more efficiently reuse it, and therefore we could make our driving environment greener. Okay, so what technology we need to enable autonomous driving? Okay, so first of all, we need the mapping to answer the question, where am I? Okay, we need first of all to know where we are. Then we need sensor to see what is around the vehicle. And then we need, according to the knowing where we are, what we see around us, we need the planning to plan where to go, what to do the next. And eventually we need the control. So mapping is done by collecting information from surrounding vehicle, from all the area, and we also have a digital map, and with this information we know accurately where we are. Sensing, we use sensors themselves and the perception systems, algorithms, to detect and to recognize what is around us. Okay, planning is to let the vehicle to control where to go, what maneuver to perform next. And finally, we need to do the monitoring. We need to make sure who is the driver, because driver can take a wheel and can drop the wheel, but the vehicle need to operate continuously. So we need continuously monitor who is in charge now, okay, because it can be dynamic. So the sensing technology mainly used for autonomous vehicles are cameras, and it's natural sensor because camera resemble our eyes. Okay, we are driving with our eyes, so camera is a natural sensor to use, and it's very good to estimate the object's shape, color, position, and texture. But camera also has some limitations. For example, it doesn't operate in poor lighting conditions, sensitive to adverse weather conditions. It doesn't provide accurate measurement of the velocity of all objects around. So all autonomous vehicles use either LiDAR or radar in addition to cameras. For example, this is a sensing suite of cruise automation vehicles that's running in California. It has, you can see about 5 LiDARs on the rooftop, 14 cameras around the vehicle, long-range radars, short-range radars, and ultra-short-range radars. So the whole combination of the sensors is really needed to provide this reliable information on the vehicle surrounding. No one sensor can provide accurate information in all conditions. And here you can see comparison of this technology, camera, radar, and LiDAR. In this spider chart, there are different axes showing different key components that sensors need to provide, like shape, position, velocity. And you can see visually that no one sensor can cover the entire this chart, but only combination of all 3 of them can do it. So optical sensors like cameras and LiDARs are limited in ranges. They can operate only short ranges, sensitive to the weather and the lighting conditions. They not operate very well in heavy rain or fog. And they also have limited reliability and also high cost. So autonomous vehicles need radar. So automotive radar is main task is to detect all objects around the ground level. Everything around above the level of the road is a target. It can be static target, can be dynamic target, can be target in a path where we go or a site, but everything is target. And this is a very, very conceptually different from military radars. In military radars, you have one target, like airplane, that you want to detect. And on automotive radar, everything is target, okay? Everything except the road is a target. So automotive radars need to detect, localize, and track all moving vehicles, pedestrian vehicles, animals, cyclists, and also all static vehicles, all the infrastructure, trees, curbs, buildings around. So it's very, very challenging task to detect all of this together in the same scene. Now, automotive radar is not new. Okay, here you can see that starting from 60s, there were many attempts to build the radars. It looks funny for us, but it's really fascinating how engineers that day already seen that vehicles need radars and tried to build the radars. Of course, the technology wasn't there to make them small and low cost and nicely looking, but still it's very exciting to see these attempts. So this is the automotive radar industry landscape now. We have a few component suppliers, very few, like Texas Instruments, NXP, Analog Devices, that provide the chips for automotive radars. We have some technology companies like NVIDIA, Autoliv, Mobileye that develop the new technology for autonomous vehicles. And we have radar manufacturers, tier ones, that do actually manufacture mass production, this million of units of radars. Continental, Bosch, Aptiv and HELL, that's major one. And some integrating companies. And most of vehicle companies of today use radars as their main sensor for autonomous driving, like Ford, BMW, Toyota, GM, and others. So the main advantage of the radar over optical sensor, that it's immune to harsh weather and lighting conditions. It can provide very accurate measurement of the target velocity. It's insensitive to the lighting. It can provide much longer ranges comparing to the camera and LiDAR. And we can mount it behind the bumper, okay, behind non-transparent optic fascia, where the optical sensor need to be mounted behind the windshield, for example, and windshield need to be clean, so it's a challenge. There are many challenges for automotive radar. For example, it needs to deal with very complex scenarios like intersections. It needs to deal with very diverse situations. Like when you go on the streets in Nairobi, you have cyclists and pedestrian and vehicles all together, no lanes, and you need to detect all of this to accurately localize to see what is around you. You need to detect small objects like cyclists or a nearby very huge object like semi-trailer, okay? In the same scene, so it's very challenging. So historically, radars were classified into ranges according to the ranges, starting from ultra-short ranges up to 30 meters to long-range radars that operate up to 300 meters. And the narrower, the farther away we are looking, the narrower beam we need. Because this doesn't make sense. We don't need to look aside 300 meters if we drive other direction, but if we drive this direction, we need to see far away to see motorcycles at approaching intersection, and we need these long ranges. And the new modern radars, automotive radars, are imaging radar. Imaging in the sense that provide this kind of information that you see information about the shape of the object. For example, here you can see that this is shape of the bridge and the vehicle below it. So imaging capability from the radar, providing similar capabilities as from the camera on LiDAR, but keeping all radar advantages. Also, radar operate much longer ranges and also very low cost. We are talking about less than $50 sensor, comparing to the few thousand of dollar LiDAR. So in terms of the frequency band, automotive radar first operated at 24 gigahertz, and over the time they moved to higher frequency, to around 77 gigs. So now all automotive radar operating at around 77 gig, which is very high frequency. And the reason for that is two reasons. One is this spectrum is very clean. No other system is allowed to operate at this frequency. It's only saved for automotive radar. And also you have a very broad band at this frequency. You have about 5 gigahertz bandwidth at these frequencies, so you can operate many radars, and radars can provide high range resolution. So here you can see comparison of the frequencies in range, velocity, R for range, V for velocity, and phi is the angle resolution. So as you can see, from 24 gigahertz to 79 gigahertz, we have high bandwidth, and we have small, the sensor can be very small, so we get very fine resolution in all dimensions, in range, velocity, and also in angle. Okay, now why this frequency was selected for automotive radars? Here you see the plot of attenuation as a function of the frequency. So you see some peaks. For example, at 60 gig there is a peak of attenuation because there is O2, oxygen molecule in the air. So a lot of energy absorbed in these molecules. Similar is in around 22 gig and 123 gig. That's where absorption of the water occurs. Now the frequency band, for example, for communication, for 6G communication, is selected 60 gig, where the maximum attenuation occurs. Why? Because we want in the communication separate between cells. Okay, we want that one communication cells don't interfere with other. And for radar, we want to find the region, the valley, where the lowest attenuation occurs. For example, here at 77 gig. By the way, this frequency band is also called W band, and all automotive radars operating in this frequency. Now, looking further, the automotive radar moved from 24 gig in the past to 77 now. You see another valley of attenuation, and future radars anticipate to operate in higher frequency. We already today see many systems operating in 94, 96 gig, and the next will be 120 gig. Also, you can already buy some system online, and even high frequency up to 240 gig, which is really sub-terahertz frequency band, where the capabilities of the radar very close, became to be close to the light frequency. So they became to be more close to the LiDAR, but preserving radar capabilities. And then probably even higher to 320 gig. So automotive radar need to operate starting from range 0. For example, when the first autonomous vehicle were launched in San Francisco, people were tried to make the vehicle drive over their leg. Why? To sue the insurance, okay? So the radar need to operate from 0 range, and therefore all radars are continuous wave. They're not operating pulses, they're operating as a continuous wave, meaning they transmit all the time, receive all the time. They need to be low cost, so they're using linear frequency modulation to be efficient. And to get high range resolution, they use entire available frequency band of 4 gigahertz. And to achieve high angular resolution, we implement MIMO radar, multiple input, multiple output radar, to achieve high angular resolution. And also all radar now have antenna on chip, so it's basically the radar is just a single chip, so it's very low cost. So frequency modulation that we use in radar borrowed from the nature. Bats, for example, use this frequency chirp. As you can see, it's hyperbolic chirps, but hyperbolic chirps, it's hard to implement, so we use linear modulation. In linear modulation, as you can see on the bottom here, the frequency growing from low frequency to high frequency, and then again and again and again. So we send a sequence of these linearly modulated chirps, similar as bats doing. Then, when these chirps are transmitted, what you can see here on the top is the frequency on the y-axis is a function of the time. So the frequency of the transmitted signal going up, up again. And then these chirps we are doing very fast. And because we are doing very fast in a matter of 10 of microsecond, nothing changed. If nothing changed, meaning that all the scene is stationary, and then from every of these chirps we get range. Okay, so these black dots give us a range that we measure from every of these chirps. No velocity measurement. When we track the phase change between these chirps, we measure the phase variation, and from this phase variation we measure the Doppler, or velocity of the target. So this approach allows us very efficient implementation of this processing done just by two-dimensional fast Fourier transform. When we take range measurement from every chirp and we order all range measurements like here from every chirp, we get a signal. Okay, we perform fast Fourier transform on every chip, get a peak, and imagine that this is written here in one column, second column, and so on. And then, because everything is stationary, we can perform another fast Fourier transform across variation of these ranges or across chirps, and then we get a single dot in the range Doppler or range velocity domain, and then we can find this peak and tell that this target is at this range and at this velocity, and we can easily then detect it. So this is an example simulation. On the left you see just in time domain signal. So if we don't do nothing, you see this random field on the right. This is just samples. Then when we perform range Fourier transform and Doppler Fourier transform, we get this cross, and in the cross we can find the strong energy, put the threshold, and make a detection to tell that there is something at this range and at this velocity that can be target. Okay, now spatial resolution is a main challenge for radar because the frequency of the radar is 4 magnitude of order lower comparing to the optics. Is the main challenge to achieve high angular resolution. Why it's important? Because, for example, in this scenario, you can see if your angular resolution meaning your ability to distinguish between targets in angle is low, like here. So you have a big object like semi-trailer, and you might get 2 reflections from its 2 corners, and they might fall within different beams. So you might think about them as 2 targets, or in the case that you have a motorcycle here on the second beam, this combination between reflection from the semi-trailer and the motorcycle might give you wrong measurement. Okay, and this is in contrast when you have a high angular resolution like here. In every beam you had just one reflection, and you can accurately find the shape of the object and also to detect all the objects in the scene. And same additional example here, ability to resolve 2 closely spaced targets. Now the same is true not only in azimuth, okay, but also in elevation. Imagine, like in this case, you have a bridge and you have vehicle below the bridge. So should the autonomous vehicle brake or should it go? It depends if these are 2 targets that you can go below the bridge, or if this is a wall, okay? So you need also high resolution in elevation to be able to distinguish between the bridge, reflection from the bridge, and reflection from the vehicle below it, and also reflection from the ground. So you have to have very high angular resolution both in azimuth and elevation. Now, how we measure the angular resolution? So if you think of it, you have a single sensor, okay? Then the electromagnetic wave propagates as a spherical wave. Then we have no information about to know where the target is. If we have two sensors, for example, like in a left side, but the distance between sensors are short, then we can measure the difference between ranges from every sensor and the target, R1 and R2, and then subtract them. And from this difference, we can find the direction to the target. If we take these two sensors farther apart, like here, this difference will be larger. So this difference larger, meaning that it's easier to distinguish between the object, or to find the accuracy of this object. So the accuracy and the resolution of sensor on the right will be better than on the left. The same true if we have two targets and we want to distinguish between them. So we have this range difference to the first target and to the second target. So if the sensors are close, we can't really distinguish between these yellow and red differences here. But if we take two sensors farther apart, we can distinguish between them, and we can tell that there are two targets and not one target. Now the problem is that we can't take two sensors farther apart as we wish. Why? Because the wave propagates as a sinusoid, okay? So to accurately measure the direction, we need to measure the phase difference between signal received at one sensor and the second sensor. The problem is, if the distance between them is too far apart, then there will be many cycles of this sinusoid between them, and there will be ambiguity. So similarly as in Nyquist rule in the sampling in the time domain, in the space we also can't put sensors as we wish. So how we implement in practice? The best way to find the direction to the target is a digital beamforming. So we say that if we have one transmitter, one receiver, we can't really find the direction. So what we can do digital beamformer. What does it mean? We have one transmitter that illuminates the entire field of view, and we have many receivers, and every receiver has its analog to digital converter sampling every channel, and then what it does, it creates a beam in a specific direction. So we illuminate the scene, and then we create digital beams to every direction. The problem with this approach is that it's very high cost, because for every channel we need to put analog to digital converter, which is a main cost driver. So for example, if we want a field of view of 64 degrees in azimuth and 4 degrees in elevation, and we want 1 degree angular resolution, we would need 256 channels. So 256 analog to digital converter. This is very, very, very expensive, okay? So the alternative is to phase what is called phased array. The idea of the phased array is to perform all the combination in the antenna, in the hardware, okay? And then at the output of the antenna, you have only a single analog to digital converter. So you do all the conversion, all the comparison between phases in the antenna, in the hardware, and then sampling it only once. So it's low-cost version of digital beamformer. Okay, we can skip that. And the most advanced concept of direction finding is a MIMO radar. In the MIMO radar, we have multiple transmitters and multiple receivers. And if we able to distinguish echoes from different transmitters simultaneously at every receiver, we could get many more channels. For example, if we have M channels and transmit and N channels on receive, then we can create M times N virtual number of channels, and in this way save cost and increase the resolution. The problem is, or challenge is, that we need from every transmitter to transmit orthogonal waves, because like it's shown in this image, if you have sources of the red, green, and blue and purple light, at every receiver you need to have filters that can filter exactly this color, okay, and every one of them. But we need to be able to create these different colors. It's easy in optics, it's harder in real life and signal processing. So the main idea of MIMO radar is to create orthogonal waveforms at every transmitter and at the receiver to be able to distinguish them. The problem is that orthogonal waves never exist in reality. All signals never orthogonal. They are approximately orthogonal. So typically there are three main methods to achieve orthogonality on automotive radar. Time division, meaning every time only one transmitter transmits. Frequency division, meaning that you transmit every time only on one portion of the band. Or code division multiplexing, similar as in a communication, that you encode the transmitted signal such that at the receiver the signals are orthogonal. So time division multiplexing has its limitations because things that you have 4 transmitters, you need to wait all 4 cycles until you transmit again, so the latency is very long. Frequency division multiplexing has a challenge that you have a wide bandwidth, but then you split it to small pieces, so you lose range resolution by that. And code division multiplexing is the best option, but it's challenging to find good codes. And there is also an approach that combines 2 worlds. It combines the MIMO radar with phased array radar, which is called phased array MIMO, where you create orthogonal waves not from every transmitter, but from the group of transmitters. So in this way, you kind of combine phased array and MIMO radar. So just go briefly over signal processing chain of the automotive radar. We receive samples. Then we perform a 3-dimensional fast Fourier transform in range, velocity, and angle. Then we perform detection. Typically, if we have high-resolution target from high-resolution radar from every target, we get a point cloud, and then we do clustering and some post-processing, like analyzing where the target is moving. So this is some summary of this processing. From every channel, we receive a sequence of chirps. We perform 3-dimensional FFT, find some energy, put the threshold, make a detection, and recognize the target. Now, all radars operating according to the radar equation. That is a single equation in the presentation, don't worry. So it's showing relation between all parameters of the radar and the range, okay? So the range depends on all these parameters in the equation, where in red, these parameters that we can't control. The maximal transmit power is regulated by regulation. The wavelength or frequency operation is regulated. The target cross section that determines the target is not our control, that the target exists. In green, that are parameters that can be optimized by software, and blue is the parameters that we can optimize in the hardware. For example, GT and GR, this is the gain of the antenna on the transmit and receiver, so we can do better antenna, more efficient antenna, and to increase the transmit power. And we also can do system with lower losses, okay? So this gives us the relation of the range that we can detect the target and all the parameters of the radar. Now the problem is that there is a trade-off between the field of view and the ranges. You can think about it as a flashlight. The wider beam is in the flashlight, the shorter ranges are, okay? So if you want to see longer, you need to decrease the field of view. But the problem is that we want both. We are driving, we want to see surround around the vehicle, and we also want to see long ranges. So we want to get long ranges and the wide field of view. And the problem is that you can't achieve both in straightforward way. So one possible approach is to do scanning, to create a narrow beam, to see long ranges, and then to scan it, okay? Scanning can be mechanical, which is very high cost and very expensive, like shown here on the left, or electronically, that you can create the beam and electronically steer it, but it's challenging to implement it. So just to give you appreciation that it's very significant impact. For example, decreasing the field of view from 45 degrees to 20 degrees will give you detection range for pedestrian from 65 to 42 meters, okay? So about third of the range lost just because we decreased the field of view. So it's very complicated situation where we need to optimize both parameters. Another way to increase the ranges is to increase the observation time on the target. Think that you have a target and you illuminate it like with a flashlight. So the longer you illuminate the target, the more energy hits the target, the farther away you can see it. The problem is that you have a limited time when you can illuminate the target because the target is moving. So you have short period of time when you can illuminate the target. Otherwise, you have a phenomenon what is called range migration, and that limits our maximal operation ranges. So what happens in range migration, that instead of having what you can see here is a radar mounted on the vehicle, and all the dots you see are detection, and you see the pedestrian is walking in front of the vehicle, and you see this detection moving with it on the right. Okay, color represents the high. So see, you can see here, actually from the radar, you can get information that these are two pedestrians, okay, and there is a ball in between them. Okay, and according to the color, you can see that this is on the ground ball because it's red. Okay, so from the radar, it's not like radar in avionics that you can get just a blob. You can actually see the shape of the objects, recognize that this is a pedestrian. Now you can see that this is lying pedestrian, okay, just doing some push-ups. And comparing to other sensors like ultrasonic, that is very sensitive to the covering, for example, with this fluffy blanket. Of course, for radar, because it's operating in electromagnetic waves, it doesn't make any effect, but that's what people didn't believe to see. So you see that from modern automotive radar, you can get information that can be really imaging, and can substitute all optical sensors and can provide all needed information to implement autonomous vehicle. And that's a good point to break. Thank you.
Start with the captain just next to me. So you can move forward.
Hello. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Arjun. Name is. Yeah, sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Name is Arjun Shah. Work for Safarlink and currently flying the Cessna Caravan. I think those are the Land Cruisers of the skies that you normally see in the Masai Mara. And I believe I've also interacted with Esther multiple times. Thank you.
Interesting. Next captain.
Yeah, my name is Kenneth Mwiti. I'm from Kenya Wildlife Service. I fly various types of Cessna Caravan like him and helicopters and many other small types. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Kanina. I work for Skyward. I fly the Dash 8 and also the Fokker 100. I've got a number of experience. I have 16,000 hours in the air. So, yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. So most of us are shocked first that Kenya Wildlife Service has captains. We just know KWS is for animals, yeah? You guys are also, according to biology, we are all animals, yeah? So, by the way, KWS is the only parastatal institution in Kenya that has been licensed to service aircraft and to do maintenance and such kind of things. So, just to begin with you, Captain, tell us the experience. I think yours is more of bush flying, and just tell us first of this KWS flying.
Well, okay, Kenya Airline Service has a fully fledged air wing which has 12 aircrafts. We have 2 helicopters, we have 1 Cessna Caravan, we have a Cessna 206, a Cessna 182, we have 4 Huskies, what is called a Super Cab, and even have gyrocopters, which I haven't mentioned in that number. So we have a full-fledged air wing, and we maintain aircrafts for other customers and government agencies like the Kenya Police Air Wing and so many private operators, both fixed-wing and helicopter operations. Our main role is conservation, so is use of aviation solutions, is use of aviation for wildlife solutions and conservation problems. So, of course, we do air transport of our staff. We also are government agency, so we are involved so much in also ferrying government officials like CSS and PSS. In a way, we interact with our normal course of our duties. National parks and vast places. Like if you talk about Savo National Park, is almost the size of some like UK. The whole of UK is Savo National Park. So you can imagine if you want to know how many elephants you have in that kind of setup, then you need solutions like aviation, like aircrafts. So we do animal counts, which different methods like sampling methods, and some are total sensors, total count, where we fly lines up and down, north, south, or east, west, separate spacing of 1 kilometer. And there are people who take data of how many animals what they've seen. It's a whole comprehensive process, so that with that kind of data and information, then the management can know how to provide solutions for conservation. So basically, we use aviation tool for conservation purposes and air transport. Yes, that's what we do.
Okay, thank you. One question here, directed to you is, if an animal gets sick and an emergency, do you also airlift that animal to?
Yeah, first of all, we can use a small aircraft to identify. Probably there's an elephant which has been reported to have a dart or to have a snare. Maybe it was trapped by a snare and people have reported. So we do low-level patrols to search for the elephant. Once we see it, we need to fly in a veterinary doctor or a helicopter. So the chopper will come with the vets, and the vet will duct it from the air, and then direct vehicles to the place. It will be treated, or if it's dead, we recover tusks. They remove the tusk and we go with them. So yes, we treat animals and we do those kind of. That's every other week we do that. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Captain Arjun Shah. I'm going to ask you about your career path, because I know there is one or two people who are in this congregation and who would like to be pilots. Let me see by show of hands, how many would love to be pilots? You've seen those hands. So tell us your career path, and maybe you can inspire one or two.
Well, this all started at a young age. I've just been fascinated about why an object, like a heavy object, why metal can fly. And it was not more just about the physics of it. It's more like I can travel at the same time. So eventually that was my path taken. Of course, then my dad's like, just become a doctor or an accountant, but I had different dreams, which he then supported. Went to South Africa flight training, finished my flight training there, came back, converted my license. So wherever you go, each country has its own license. It's like a driving license where you need to convert. So if you go and fly in the States, for example, in the United Kingdom, in Australia, you need to come back, you need to convert it to the country that you want to be flying in. So came back to Kenya, converted my flying license. It's not that difficult, it's just a few exams and again, just a few flights again. Flying schools in Kenya can help you with that. After that, my first job was with Mombasa Air Safari. This was in Mombasa, although I did a few months in Nairobi. They flew with Mombasa Air Safari for 3 years, started off as a first officer, became a captain there as well. Then I moved to Tanzania in 2017 and I worked for Coastal Aviation, and that really broadened my experience, both commercial flying, bush flying. Did quite a bit of scenic flights there, did surveillance flying, flew in Mozambique, flew in Burundi, came back to Kenya, again with the same company, and just all over these parts. Beautiful views as always. Then I decided it's time to come back home, and around October 2023, I moved back and joined Safarlink. And it's the kind of flying that I like to do. I'm not a city guy, and I can't sit for long. Again, so I don't think you'll see me in the airlines anytime soon. I prefer short hops, I prefer to see an animal or a giraffe on the runway, scare them and come back to land. And yeah, that's my experience so far. Thank you.
Okay, just before I move to the other captain, just could you elaborate more on the flying school, what it took you to actually focus on the flying school? Because after here, they may want to go for a flying school.
Alright, so just the basics of even getting to be a pilot. It's good to have a degree. I myself don't have one, but it's good to have a degree, and that degree can be anything. If you want it more related to the aviation sector, management, so any form of management. You can also be part of safety management, you can do business management. Again, two different fields. You can either be now a safety manager in that aspect, or business management, more likely running the airline part of things. You've also got aeronautical engineering. You can get degrees as an engineer and still be a pilot. That really benefits you in the long term. Flying school, coming back to the subjects, English is the worldwide language, global language when it comes to flying. Whether you're an engineer, pilot, and just like our friend Esther, an air control ATC, English is the global language. So having English, maths, physics, geography, chemistry are all bonuses, which I would highly recommend. Flying school, the reason I chose South Africa, I was able to do it quicker compared to getting it done in Kenya. I did want to go to the States, however family was like, it's a bit too far, so they sent me down south. Managed to finish my course from PPL to CPL within 1 year. I think a general is 2 years to finish that course. There's also 3 licenses. A PPL, which is a private pilot's license, which anyone can get and just fly for leisure. Commercial pilot's license, where anyone can fly, but you get paid to fly. And an airline transport pilot license, which is an ATPL. Now that makes you a captain of a bigger aircraft, for example, a Dreamliner, 747, or an A380. And all the schools try and give you that. The other reason I chose South Africa is it is still advanced more than Kenya, so it's just the learning curve that you can be steps ahead as you're educated, and when you come back for the job, you're ready for the real world.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to mention that there are about 30 flying schools just at Wilson Airport. So you have vast choices if you don't want to go to South Africa. There's a flight school, there's a representative of flight schools we have here in the Middle East. Amanda, what's the name of the flight school that's around, if you know? Someone from the flying school here who has attended this event? What's the name? If someone can remind me, I've forgotten. IEEE. Anyone from IEEE here? Oops. Okay, no worries. We will proceed. Yeah. So back to Captain from Skyward Express. I would like you just to very briefly tell us of the privileges of being a pilot. And there's one myth here that some pilots used to lure ladies around that if you want to fly for free, marry a pilot. So first start by confirming that, and then you can tell us other privileges of being a pilot.
If you want to fly...
If you want to fly for free, marry a pilot.
If you want to fly for free, marry a pilot. I don't know, I don't think that's true. Because I fly with my family and yeah, I pay for them. Well, unless you... Well, it depends on the company you're working for. But we have charges, airport charges, which you have to, of course, pay for them. Flying for free, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so as a career, it's very exciting. Flying, I've done South Africa in Kim. I went for my training there, came back. Flew for Safarilink in the Mara. Very exciting because you get to stay in the lodges for free. That's for free for pilots. Yeah. And you, from time to time, you do night stops also as well. For me, I wanted to go bigger, so I joined Skyward initially to fly the Dash 8, then onto the Fokker. The Fokker is a jet. We mainly do Dar es Salaam, Juba, Entebbe, and also charters on the jet. So that's mainly why I joined, because at where I am now in my stage as a pilot, I wanted the feeling of flying a jet. So that's why I decided to move from Safarilink to Skyward, so I could at least fly a bigger aircraft as I'm proceeding towards my retirement. So that's why I moved that direction.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
To Captain Mwithi. You joined aviation through Air Force. What can you tell someone here who may consider going through Air Force?
Well, you know, when you join through the Air Force, you become a soldier first or an officer first. You know what you see, officer and a gentleman. You have to go for that hard training. You don't sleep, you climb the mountains, you sleep outside, you get trained on. And then once you do that is when now you come and start doing your pilot training. And then, well, the Air Force was exciting because we used to fly the jets, the ones you see going round and round on national days. And getting involved in different kind of operations that we don't do here. So yes, it's a different background, but I'd encourage everyone that's serving your country first and then career as well in inbuilt. Yeah.
Okay, Captain Arjun, just tell us which airport was your favorite to land and why? It's a simple answer.
Interesting. This would be Borana Conservancy, northern Kenya. It's a beautiful landscape, lots of terrain, lots of hills, very lots of weather in the mornings, especially fog. Very interesting ways to get in, and that's got the Garandara escarpment, Samburu escarpment, so you have to be very careful. But it's also fun getting in a safe way. Yeah, I would say Borana Airstrip.
Okay, thank you. Captain, tell us the one maneuver that you have ever made in an aircraft and you were like, that is still memorable.
I think it was training, and what happened is there was an aircraft conflicting with us, and the instructor put the aircraft almost 90 degrees to avoid that aircraft that was on our track. So that has always remained with me.
Wow.
Yeah, that was in the flight school. Career-wise, not much. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody slept on the job. Somebody from Esther side, yeah? They were almost conflicting. They should be the one to separate the money. Back to Captain Arjun. There's something that we always discourage, that pilots don't get their time for families. Tell us, how do you balance work and family?
Good question. So, work-life balance is important to me, and I guess that's the trend coming in these days as well. It's setting your priorities straight. Of course, work is always going to be there. Your positions at the job that you have, whether in management, of course, managerial positions take a lot more of your time. Being a pilot takes up a lot of time as well, just because of the preparations that you have to do. But it's one thing, of course, after a long day, you're going to be tired, you want time to yourself. But it's always important on your off days, when you've got half days, always make time for your family. It's very important not to lose in touch with that part. How you do it, again, I think that's going to be up to every individual. It's just putting in the effort and prioritizing the family over everything else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the congregation. Anyone who is courageous to ask one question by show of hands? Yes, Carol. Just shout and then we will get you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Either one or more technology which the aircraft manufacturers or engineers put in an aircraft to make your work easier or more fun.
You got the question?
I would say night vision from my part. Because I mean, bad weather at night, and it's just, you're just going to see through everything, which makes life so much easier and the flying safer as well.
There's a lot of engineering solutions to make aviation safe. There's anti-collision system to avoid you colliding with another aeroplane that you can see. It's called a TCAS, Traffic Collision Management System. There is one ground proximity warning, so to give you an early warning that you're going to hit the ground. There are weather radars for you to be able to see adverse weather ahead of you and to be able to plan your route. But if it comes fully red, you know that's a danger zone. So you try to penetrate weather. So there is engine monitoring systems for, you know, that they can download engine data and the engineers can predict whether, you know, your aircraft is having some issues coming up or some things need to be changed. So the air traffic control as well as so there are many engineering solutions for safety in the aeroplanes.
Yeah, for me, I would say automation, because having flown different aircrafts, I realized that the technology is not the same. So, like flying the dash 8 and the Fokker, the automation on the jet is so advanced that it makes your work very easy as a pilot. In comparison to the dash sheet, where you find the dash sheet does not have an auto throttle system, which basically reduces the workload on the pilot. So for me, I would say automation is one area that maybe manufacturers can really standardize on all the aircrafts. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was a good question from an engineering perspective. I'm giving you one more chance. Yes. Quickly.
Maybe I can just ask from here because I'm close.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest barriers to entry to piloting is usually funding. So I don't know, maybe could you try and elaborate on, maybe you can share personal stories or opportunities that you know about funding, and especially in South Africa. Good to know that two of you did part of your piloting training in South Africa, and I'm also currently residing in South Africa. So if you have any opportunities that you might be knowing of regarding to funding, could you please speak into that? Thank you.
Yeah, the first thing you tell someone is a pilot, you ask, where did you get those millions, yeah? By the way, Arjun, like how many millions do you need to become a pilot?
Good questions. All right, in terms of costing, yes, it's not a very cheap career to get into just at the start. Your first license, the PPL, when I did mine, it cost me 1 million shillings. I think today it's going to cost you approximately 1.5 million to 2 million, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. After that, you've got your commercial pilot's license. That's going to be an added extra of what, approximately 10 million? Yeah. So costings wise, but it also depends. Are you doing a 2-engine commercial pilot's license? Are you doing a single engine? If you're doing a single engine, those are way cheaper. Countries are also going to be cheaper, like the price between the United Kingdom and South Africa versus Kenya. It's going to be cheaper in Africa. Why I also chose South Africa, the continuity of flying, rather than waiting in Kenya, because the number of pilots that we have versus the number of aircrafts to be trained on. We have a higher number of pilots to be trained, but not a large number of aircrafts to be trained. Whereas in South Africa, you could get a slot and finish your training earlier, but that means you're going to fork up a lot of money in advance. But when I did my course, it was 1 million for the PPL, I think 6 to 7 million for the CPL, and today it's going to be around 2 million plus another 10 million, and then all the other extra courses. So that's the costing. And for scholarships, again, I'm grateful that my father paid for me. Of course, I have to pay him back, and I'm still paying him back till today after more than 10 years being a pilot. Of course, you have to support your families. There's so many other factors. You can't just pay it off immediately. Getting, just achieving top grades, getting scholarships into the schools or sponsorships. And I would suggest looking into those. Yeah, that's my perspective.
Okay. No, for the Air Force, it was much easier for you.
Yeah, that's why I started that.
No, we're not asking that question. So, Captain Kanina, tell us, how did you raise those millions?
Okay, for me also, my dad actually paid for me. It's very, very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. South Africa, I found it way faster. Like for PPL, the initial private guys, I know people used to do it in a month. Here, PPL can take you up to a year. So you see, if you have the money, I think South Africa will be the best to go. America is also very cheap, but now with Trump, I don't know about the visa. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder those who do not have fathers who can manage to pay that fee. I don't know how we will do that, but I think KQ had an ab initio training, but it was cracked off. Yeah, and by the way, in your networking sessions, there is also Dr. Egal Bilik. He also fly, yeah? Yeah, he also flies helicopters, but not for commercial. That's why He's not here, but you can also ask him how he managed also to raise his money for flying. I hope, I don't know, probably, is it also your father? Okay, no worries. Okay, fine. So that is great. We want to close this session. I don't know who this question I will give, but let's just take these two questions. When you answer, just answer very brief and precise to the point. So I'll start with you. No. Yeah. Okay.
So with the current advancements in satellite technology and So with the current advancements in satellite technology and automation, do you fear that at some point, probably in the next 5 years or so, that flight might be automated?
Okay, that's what he wants, but let me ask the KWS person. No, he wants...
I really haven't understood because automation. Yeah, I think there's a degree of automation as it is. So, what do you do in the next 5 years again?
do you think AI will...
Yes. Definitely, no, the people will always want to see someone. They won't just... But of course, AI, there's so much it will take. It might reduce the number of staff, but definitely someone will be there.
Yeah, I will also ask you a question that once you get into an aircraft and you realize the pilot is working from home, will you proceed with that journey? So I don't think AI will ever take a pilot's job. We will be secured. Yes.
During the flight task, a pilot will be having more work, but there is also an autopilot option. So what does that autopilot do and what pilot will do?
Okay, actually, basically the automation on the aircraft is most of the time used for cruise flying. Takeoff is obviously the pilot has to do it. The jet also has automated landing, which it makes your work very easy, especially in bad weather. But automation makes it very easy for us because it reduces the workload on the pilot. Yeah. And actually, ultimately, it makes it much safer for us because if you're flying the aircraft, you have maybe a malfunction. Sometimes the automation will make it easier for you to work on the malfunction that you have in comparison to when you're flying the aircraft manually and you're dealing with the malfunction of the aircraft. So automation basically makes the aircraft much safer for you as a pilot. Yeah. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Oh yeah, sure. So let me see the congregation again. Only one. Okay. So that's the last question, and then we finish, with the demo. Okay. This is the final question now.
I'm Adam, and I have a question. So, while we were in high school, there was this theory that we used to be told that each company ensures that ensures that every pilot does not have stress because the stress might lead to some accidents. So the company does everything in their power to ensure that the pilot is stress-free. So let's say you pay for the school fees, the health insurance, like literally everything, so that the pilot can be stress-free. Is it true?
It's true. The companies want pilots that can be 100% effective and safe when they are working. Of course, the company give certain allowances in terms of, like, you've got your off days, you've got your rest period, you've got emergency leave, for example, and also you get paid really well. So I think that kind of reduces the stress by half. And then comes the new month, it starts again. But it's human factors. So every individual is different. My fatigue level could be higher than someone else. Captain's fatigue level, they would experience more time, that could be higher than mine, versus mine and yours. It just depends on every individual, and also how you deal with stress, how you cope with it as an individual. Main thing is that your mind is fresh, your body is fresh, eating healthy, exercise, of course on a regular basis. That really contributes to how effective you manage your stress levels.
Okay.
Can I tell you something? Aviation companies also have their own organizational cultures, or they're like any other business. So the reality is that the boss is the maximization of profit is the target of the owner of the aircraft. So definitely the employees more people, his profit goes down. So sometimes you might find yourself also being overworked because of such kind of policies in different other companies. Not in every. They don't be the same in all companies. That's the way it is.
Okay. Oh, she has already stood. Okay.
So my question is, would you please share an instance where you encountered significant challenges during a flight, and maybe walk us through the strategies and the decisions that you employed to ensure a safe and successful outcome? Thank you.
So you pick a captain who has experienced that. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, I was in Safari. I had just taken off for Kuna, like a bit 20 minutes into the flight. I had hydraulic depleted. Hydraulic helps with the gears coming down, the flaps. So whenever you lose the hydraulic system, it means that you will have to do maybe a manual lowering of the gear. But unfortunately for the flaps, you don't have any flaps. So that's what happened to me. I had to turn back, went into Jomo, because now with the hydraulic that I lost was also the flaps. And with that, I can't go into Wilson basically because of the length of the runway. So I was able to turn back, came back, and in the process I called the company, told them what's happening, and it was an eventful landing, but it's quite a stressful moment when you have an emergency in progress. But that's when we have the controllers coming to our aid in terms of prioritizing our landing, keeping other traffic out of our way, just making it easier for us. Yeah.
That English grammar, which paper was it? Paper? No, it was not close test. The one that they tell you complete the following sentences, or they tell you a sentence and then they want you to start with the word, I don't know what. So, Captain Arjun, your question, your sentence is, a great captain is someone who, complete the sentence. And don't start your own sentence. Just complete mine. A great captain is someone who
takes care of the aircraft, takes care of the crew, and goes back home safely to the family.
Interesting. The next captain. If I could tell my younger self one thing about aviation, it would be
everything that goes up must come down.
Okay. Okay. Finally, the most memorable moment in my career, in my flying career, was. The most memorable moment in my flying career was.
When I did an evacuation in South Sudan.
Wow.
Yeah.
in this session. These are your captains. They have created time to come and speak to us. Let's give them let's appreciate them. Captains are very busy. In fact, you flight from South Africa yesterday because I tried to call you. And so Esther is going to be. So Esther is our air traffic controller. So before I become biased, let me take the chance of asking the captains, which one of you would wish to do the communications, the radio communications? It's the normal things you normally do. Before I ask the crowd to choose you. So choose yourself first before I ask the crowd. So
let me assume she's in the tower and I'm coming to, maybe she's in Mombasa Tower and I'm coming to
no,
Mombasa.
we are the one to give you the script.
Oh, okay.
So you have volunteered yourself. Okay. Okay, who do we volunteer in? Him. Okay. Now, take time. Take time and first, Captain Kanina.
Yes.
Just explain to us before we give them the platform what we are seeing on our screen.
Okay, this is basically a communication between the.
No. It's not a communication.
Yeah.
It's how the airplane will fly from the apron, flies and comes back.
Yeah.
So just give us the story, and then they will give us the real communication.
Okay, basically what happens is
No, give us the story.
Oh, from the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Flight 201 at April 3, request startup, pushback, confirm QNH. So here you're basically talking to the ground control when you're requesting startup. Then pushback facing assigned direction, taxi to runway 28 via Foxtrot to Lima Juliet and hold short of mic. These are taxiways on the apron that are used by the aircraft to proceed towards the runway. Then hand over ground to tower on 18-1 for takeoff. Ground is basically for ground movement of the aircraft on the taxiway. And then for takeoff purposes, the tower takes over from there. That's for the takeoff and landing as well. Clearance with wind information. After departure, tower hands over to radar on 1215, establish radar contact, cleared flight level 310. Radar controls a bigger area than the tower, that's why you hand it over to radar. Okay, en route, request speed change, altitude change. So basically here you're increasing your speeds, you're requesting higher altitudes. And then we have radar, hands over to area control on 1259, ATC issues reroute heading change. Again, area control is wider area than radar. And then we have simulate turbulence or technical issue. ATC gives vector or level off. So if you have turbulence, you can request maybe the ATC to climb you higher or descend you. If you have a technical issue, you can request to turn back. Yeah, that one you are always communicating with ATC. Area control hands back to approach on 119.2, that's a frequency. Begin landing sequence, holding pattern. Basically, this is on the way back now for a landing. Declare fuel emergency, approach vectors for priority, landing, hand over to tower on 18.1 for landing clearance, then to ground on 1219 after vacating runway. Taxi to stand, closing phrase, flight 201 is home.
Okay, so Captain, so once you guys will be done with what you always talk on the cockpit and the tower, finish with that phrase, flight 201 is home. Once you finish with that, we will know that the demo is over, okay? So when you just say flight 201 is home, we will know that this captain show is over Then you will give them a round of applause, then you will allow us to sit, okay? So this is not a demo, it's a real thing. Do your thing. We want to hear those things that you always say on the cockpit and the tower. So Captain and her.
Where it's just an simulated conversation. So, of flight 201 air. This is not from the ground.
Yes.
Okay, this is ground. This is flight 201. Request startup, pushback, and confirm KLH.
Flight 201 Nairobi, start is approved for flight number 410. Pushback is approved, KLH 1023.
Cleared flight number 210, 1023, clear start, flight 201.
And flight 201, pushback to taxi Foxtrot Lima Juliet, hold short of taxi Mike for runway 28.
Oh yeah, pushback approved for runway 28 via Foxtrot Lima Juliet and hold short of Mike, flight 201.
Flight 201, that's correct. On hold short of Mike, contact tower 118.1.
18-1, flight 201. And tower flight 201.
Flight 201, good morning. Cross Mike, line up runway 24, cleared for takeoff, surface wind 020 at 5 knots.
Which copied cross Mike, runway 21 and cleared for takeoff, flight 201. Copied your wind.
And flight 201, contact radar 120.5.
Radar 1215, flight 201. And radar, this is flight 201.
Flight 201, good morning, radar identified on departure, climb at level 310, turn right, ECVO.
Cleared flight level 310, right, abnormal, flight 201. Okay, and area control, this is a flight 201.
Flight 201, this is area south. Continue flight to ECVO, climb flight level 410.
ECVO, flight level 410, there's flight 201. And we're experiencing turbulence at this level, requesting higher.
Flight 201, roger, climb flight level 330, 350.
Climb 350, flight 201.
And flight 201, when ready, descend 040 to the Mike Alpha Oscar Victor, contact Mombasa approach 109.2.
040 Mike Oscar Victor and contact Mombasa 192, flight 201. And Mombasa, this is a flight 201. We have an emergency report. We are running low on fuel.
Flight 201, roger, copied. Descend to, correction, cleared for the ILS approach for runway 21, and your priority on approach report established on the ILS.
Cleared ILS 21 and copied the priority on the ILS, the flight 201. And flight 201 is established on the ILS.
Flight 201, roger, continue approach for runway 21, tower 108.1.
Approach, continue approach to 181, the flight 201. And tower, this is flight 201.
Flight 201, good afternoon, runway 21, surface winds are 210.05 knots, clear land.
Complete your way to clear land runway 21, flight 201.
And flight 201, vacate via Kilo Golf, contact ground 121.9.
Kilo Golf 129, flight 201. And ground, this is flight 201.
Flight 201, continue Golf, parking bay number 3.
Continue Golf, parking bay 3, flight 201. And flight 201 is home.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very
Again, my name is Royan Da. I'm an aeronautical engineer based in Beijing, China. I'm mainly on the manufacturing design industry of UAV, that is unmanned aircraft vehicles. And today here I would want to give us an overview of what we learned and how we can incorporate. We're engineers, so engineers are mostly practical than theoretical. So we will move out after you have been told, so that I tell you of a little bit technologies that have been enhanced in our industry today, so that we can see how we can integrate. I'll take a pause on that, then introduce to us a piloting program scholarship. Most of you today said that they would love to be pilots, right? By show of hands, how many? Do you mean it? Do you want it? So we have bilateral relationships between Qatar government and Kenyan government that is offering a scholarship program to young professionals, who will study in Qatar, a 24-month program that is integrated. It is integrated pilot license that will enable you to have a CPL, that is IASA surveyed. So like you'll be able to do all the semesters for 24 months, and after that you'll be issued for a license, and you will get your commercial pilot license with IR instrument rating. So unfortunately for the scholarship, its deadline of application is 15th, that is on Friday. So you have only today and tomorrow, and actually up to tomorrow, Friday before midnight. I will share with you the details on how you're supposed to do it. And for those who are in Strathmore, what you need to do is just get a recommendation letter from Strathmore. Then you will forward in because you need to be nominated for that scholarship program. Then you will need one stamp also from the KCAA. Then we will have a section on the document of if you're worthy to fly and even travel abroad. So there's a medical form that you will have to be signed by a doctor, of course, if you're seeing properly, if you don't have diseases that will be transmitted to Qataris nationals. Again, it is important that all this happens for you to be eligible for that scholarship opportunity. I think that is wonderful, right? And it has come in timely, okay? So it is possible that you get it. So I wouldn't want to mention so much because I have a lot to mention and the time has moved. I would want to be practical, and mention a few things on the drone technology, how you can embrace drones as an individual, how you can get licenses over the same, how you can monetize it, and how you can use it even for recreational purposes, and how you can use it to scale yourself up in this industry of aviation. Thank you.
So, my name is Dr. Julius Butime. I'm a senior member of the IEEE, from Uganda, founder of the Uganda section, if you... so
I truly believe that being part of this society is one of a good career decision you can take, and so it's important, and that's why I've encouraged the people here to really be part of the various societies. And I see this is aerospace now. Yeah, so there's a very critical sector in aviation, of course, and aerospace engineering, and looking at the importance of this industry, and especially looking at the skilling standards and various safety measures that need to be undertaken across various parts of the world. And so it's critical that there's a group of people exchanging and looking at the developments and what could definitely go in and how tech implies and affects what's going on. So there's lots of things picked from aerospace that will come into our lives, and so it's good that we are able to navigate that. So mine is to thank each of you. I think I would have wished to be here early in the morning. I think I was on the program, but got called into a council meeting. But I would like to welcome you to Strathmore, and for those who've been coming here for the first time, I think there's a vibrant IEEE student branch here, and we have, I think we have one of the vice presidents of the Kenya section, so working in Strathmore, so you can see that there's a big community here, and we hope you have a good time here, and please take a tour around, take a visit to the labs. We have the engineering school now, we just set up, and now it's in its 5th year. We just got into the what we call the Washington Accord accreditation, which is one of those institutions within Kenya that's been accredited. Yeah, so that is a big step for Kenya, and we want to work with the Engineers Board as well as the other universities within the country to see that engineering in Kenya is taken to a global standard. And so that's something that within the next 5 years we'll be working on very closely, and we want as many partnerships, and we need to demonstrate evidence of industry affiliations, and so being part of this is one key element that builds towards that, and that we draw members from various countries in the region is very critical, and are part of that ecosystem and network. Yeah, so that's why we would want to be in the world stage, to allow the professionals to have that mobility across jurisdictions, and that means more opportunities for the young people, and a good ability to then cross-pollinate with engineering practice worldwide. So I think I won't really take a lot more of your time. It's been a long day, I'm sure, and you've had plenty of discussions. You need time to go see what's in Nairobi, yeah, outside Strathmore. So please, for those who's first time in Kenya, make time to see and visit places. And of course, we hope you'll be here tomorrow and Friday, because it's 3 days I see. This is the first day. So I hope you make the most of the deliberations and presentations in the coming days. Yeah, so thank you very much. And for everyone, really, it's a journey, and we have various parts of the journey, and we would really love to see the next generation of engineers coming up, and so it's important that this space doesn't, you encourage more people coming through, yeah, and so really need to move people into STEM, but just to make sure that our countries can move forward using technology. And thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for that. So, ladies and gentlemen,